fucking ult herself, man. Cause oh dear. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. We do have like a Rengar with Throw of the Hunt up though. So, this is probably going to be a dead misfortune if I was to guess. Maybe though. I mean, best case scenario, you just dive yourself straight into the bush. Make sure Rengar can get that extra like passive going as well. Malphite's back. Malphite is still level 5 though. He is pretty close to level 6 though. So we could have a show on our hands very, very, very soon. After this wave, he will be 6 if he can maintain distance from it though. Ideally, what do we got? Like 45, 50 seconds on Misfortune Only? 50 seconds on Misfortune Only. Yeah, just wait till 6. I mean, Lulu always down. It probably... Oh, no, it will be up actually by the time bullet time comes back up. Does it kill? Does double ulti kill? I mean, it probably... I mean, it's gonna be close. I mean, we do have, like, teleport on Caitlyn instead of... I mean, has she used teleport? I mean, what the fuck is going on? I mean, to say we have got teleport instead of barrier. We still have heal on Lulu though, so I guess it could work. I mean, honestly, like I'd be tempted to send that bitch right there, but like at the same time, I appreciate that like there is no ulti from MF. This doesn't seem like I honestly fucking I don't know actually. I don't know what's going on because like MF was taking actually quite a spot of damage there. We do get picks. It's gonna be a double kill for blue side though for sure because like Rengar is there. I cannot believe that Misfortune actually managed to do enough damage despite not having ulti to kill the Caitlyn as well. That's, I mean, actually, you know, I guess that turns out like vaguely okay. Not the worst thing in the world that could have ever happened for red side though, but that's gonna be free dragon for blue coming out here. Hold on 1 second, I'm gonna pause real quick because I've got a billion tabs open and I'm like, I gotta close some of these down. And when I say I got a billion tabs, man, you got no idea. I got like literally, I can see like 30 tabs open on my screen right now. To my credit, I was like doing some things to try and get some shorts done. So that's my bad. Okay, we close these. Okay, perfect. Send me back in. You know what? This isn't actually nearly as free as I thought it was. I guess like wait, hold on, we actually have TP coming out. Caitlyn is here. This is strange. Ooh, okay. Devious. Devious. It's questionable though. I mean, actually, did they do a lot of damage? I'm surprised. Blue side actually did quite a lot. Considering that like Yoni was doing pretty well in mid lane, I did not expect it to be a situation where like they actually burst him down. Especially once again without him even attempting to ulti. However, got 30 seconds on a potential ulti from Malphite as well on bot side here. We got not Scuttle Crab, sorry, Void Grub's being taken. Shen's kind of chilling. I think he had ulti up for that last fight. There's a possibility that he didn't, but right. I mean, that's infinite duress then. What do we have to cook with on bot side here? Holy shit, I kinda get it, man, but like, oh my god, Lou was going in. Oh my god, what the fuck is happening? Why did she not? Did she have ulti up? I can't even breathe. Wait, hold on. Did Lulu have ulti up that whole time? Tell me she didn't. I think she didn't. I'm really glad. Okay. Wait, no, she must have. 3, 2, 1. Ulti is now up. Okay, she just didn't use it. What's going on here, man? I need to take a drink, man. I don't understand, like, any of that, man. Like, I love Lulu and I love taking kills on Lulu, but, like, there's something going on here. I'm worried. Like, I'm used to seeing support. Like, when I spectate Iron games, I mean, even playing, like, regular games of League of Legends, you know? Like, it's... There's an expectation that, like, at least one person isn't gonna... Oh my god, what is going on here? At least one person isn't going to play, like, a support, right? Like, you're nearly gonna see like an enchanter kicking about a lot on Iron. You'll see plenty of, like, I don't know, Brand, Xerath, like even random shit. Like I saw like a Echo support game the other day. Malphite support, of course. There's a lot of like a lot of possibilities. However, like seeing an enchanter support that like isn't really interested in like supporting, I guess. Like I guess they are supporting, but it seems like I should pay attention to them in fights actually, because I'm unsure like how they're using E and how they're using like Glare Lance. I would be willing to bet, or I don't know if I would put money on it, but I'd be probably willing to say that they're probably using it for damage as opposed to shielding. Could be wrong though. However, the combo has been hit, it would appear. I think that the worst thing about that is that like that was a very avoidable situation that Caitlyn died in, and I don't think Caitlyn's like doing bad, by the way. I think like obviously she's overstepped here. I think we're at the point of the game where Malphite has Malignance, and you want to realize that like, no, I'm not. I can't step forward unless Lulu is there. If like Lulu is there, we can mitigate burst damage here and like actually probably outlive it. And then if you manage to outlive that burst, like you have a very solid chance of like potentially winning the fight, because Malphite has no sustained damage. He has absolutely no sustained utility in the fight, whereas like Lulu has infinite amounts, and Caitlyn, like, you know, she can handle business. But like I guess like there's also like the situation where there's not a lot of trust in these helos, and that's fine. I get that, because it happens everywhere as well. Like you'll see like master tier plus games where like a support will be like, I hate this person, I just don't want to play with them, I don't trust them. And if the trust breaks down in bot lane, if you don't like go when your teammate goes, you're screwed, man. You just got to deal with it. But I guess like generally speaking, you don't expect that like necessarily coming from enchanters. They are kind of like the biggest yappers of like League of Legends though. I very rarely ever see somebody talk as much.
That's a massive
like,
yapper.
Enchanter pick here. This is very nice though. We got Ulti coming up. Death Realm from Mordekaiser. He grabs the Yone. I don't hate it. I actually don't hate it. I like that. I like that decision. Stops maybe like Fate Seal. Oh wait, Fate Seal isn't up yet. I guess it, in his head potentially stops like Fate Seal coming down. That is a huge bloody bullet time though. My God. I don't even know where Misfortune came from there, bro. What's going on down here? I mean, the supports are fucking scrapping it out, man. Malphite has got ulti. I think he's looking for something. But like we have Wild Growth as well. This is gonna be like this is not gonna be a lot of damage that comes out. I mean, it could actually. I mean, I don't know, man. I think he's gonna fucking go for it, man. I'm being honest with you. I think this Malphite is like 5 seconds from sending this shit to the moon. He's gonna get rich or die trying, man. I mean, MF is alive. And there. I mean, that's it. He goes. He fucking. No! What are you fucking doing, man? I like. Jesus Christ, man. And Malphite got the kill as well. And now Rengar's coming. He's got ulti. He fucking ultied a minion, man. Why you know what, I get it. Why does everybody always run in the bush when they're getting Rengar ultied? I don't know. It seems like the worst thing to do. Thankfully. Even despite the fact Rengar misclicked a minion. Got him in the end. Dear Lord. Okay. Dude, we got like I think this is like the second or third time they tried to fight for Rift Herald. I think it's the second. They really wanted it. Neither of them are going behind the Rift Herald in any way to fucking hit the eye. Holy shit, hit the fucking eye, man. What? They must have hit it. It's been hit, right? No, it didn't. Did it? What's happening right now? Hit the eye, man. I don't understand. I don't understand what I'm looking at, frankly. They're both just standing on top of each other, right-clicking. I mean, Shen Flash, E over the wall. I mean, Warwick is a single-minded individual right now. They do get it, and Mordekaiser like dies for this. I mean, I don't know if they deserve the Rift Herald. I don't know like why. Like, I'm gonna blame the League of Legends tutorial for this one. I think. It doesn't tell you anything about Rift Herald, so maybe these people like just don't know that if you stand behind it when its eyes open, it like does a bunch of damage and makes you kill it faster. That was stressful. I'm not gonna lie. That was pretty stressful for absolutely no reason. We have a lot of like got a lot of objectives coming into this cycle. I mean, granted, like you know, Warwick got what he wanted. I suppose the 3 dragons at 17 minutes in the game is like actually diabolical. Like I simply don't. I don't know what to say about that one. We're looking at like a 23-minute Elder Dragon here. It's not looking good, man. Okay, respecting the Mordekaiser play. Alright, finish him off. This is a little bit, just, I mean, that, you know, that's fine, We secure the kill. You're just soaking the damn slam, bro. Oh, W's not up yet, that's such a shame. That's not ideal. We're gonna look bot side here though, because there is about to be a fucking bonanza happening in bot side right now. Malphite flashed. Obviously didn't have ulti. I think he was trying to go for the cheese wheel because that would have actually stolen some movement speed there. This fight actually seems kind of fine. That's not a good like shield thing from, or stun I guess, from Echo. Completely irrelevant ulti. Wild growth doesn't mean nothing. Doesn't shield nothing. Doesn't stop nothing. Doesn't heal nothing. But I bloody love it. Malphite's almost got ulti up though. He has almost got ulti. That Malignance is doing some work, man. It's doing some work. What about that ultimate haste? Looking very nice. Now, in the meantime, wait, where's Yoni? I mean, Shen and Yoni, they're just taking an inhib tower. This seems like a bad idea, if I'm being honest. They're pinging the bejesus at a Mordekaiser, but like, I actually don't think that this is like the correct decision to make. I swear, like cracking an inhib like this early in the game is just gonna like theoretically feed a lot of gold into their pockets that like game doesn't really need to be fed into. Malphite, are you chilling, bro? Are you alright? This Lulu is about a 2v1, man. I mean, she's fucking flashing for it. We got Warwick coming in behind. She's dead. She has to die. There's no way she lives. I mean, like, come on, Malphite. I mean, it's a little bad. She does like a bit of damage, but like still. See, okay, you know what? She does have Ellie up again. She would probably survive all that. Even Warwick can't kill her, man. And he's got like, you know, he's got some kills. He's only got 1 item, granted, but still. This is very strange, man. I don't. I know how long this game is, and the game kind of like I think like the inhib is probably like a bad idea. If I'm being honest with you, I think that may come back to bite them, because I know how long this game goes on for, and I just feel like feeding 1 billion gold a wave in with super minions. Oh wait, they didn't crack it actually. Never mind. Sorry. My bad. My apologies. They tried to. I will admit. Yeah, it was almost a bad idea, but actually, blue team killing them was good news. I wonder if there's like an argument for like allowing them to crack inhib, just so you like get that extra income. I don't know. I think your team would probably hate you, but you never know. Pardon me, hold on, sorry. I want to see like exactly what happened there. I'm assuming that Caitlyn just got deleted. It's a good knock-up, actually. Not the worst ulti from Miss Fortune as well. Got the target that was required. An excellent little double kill. Very nice. Okay. We got the combo kind of cooking now on bot lane. I had no issue with that whatsoever. Renkar's a tough champion to play, man. I swear. And I'm saying that with absolute sincerity. Like I do not hit ease on on Rankar. I can't hit them. I can't tell if we're posturing for Baron here or like what's actually going on. I sincerely hope we're not posturing for Baron here. I feel like they want to do it, but I don't know why. It's gonna be an awkward fight. Somebody's getting grabbed by Mordekaiser, and it's Shen. Now I wouldn't peg him as being like the target you necessarily want to grab, but like, you know what? If you can kill him, you can get rid of him. That's fine. I say okay. Mordekaiser peels off the Yoni. Starts moving towards to help Echo out. I mean, like, you got an MF there. You got an MF right there. She's way too far pushed up. Wait, I mean, they're running. I guess they are losing the fight, but like, I mean, I'm seeing a lot of kind of cowardice here, man. Oh, there's an alpha. Oh, he dies in midair. He's absolutely gliding it, man. Echo is pinging Caitlyn. I mean, she is 1 in 8. It does. I'll be honest with you. It does look bad for the Caitlyn. And like, she's not like perfect by any stretch of the imagination. But like, I gotta say, man, like, it ain't. I don't know. Like, I'll be real with you. I don't know what the fuck Caitlyn is supposed to do. I'm really confused that like Shen is just using his ulti as a teleport at this point. Oh my god. That was a pretty charged up that's a pretty charged up tower, man. Pretty charged up tower. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. It's all going to hell, man. It's all going to hell. But yeah, what's Caitlyn supposed to do in this game exactly? You have basically like an insta-kill combo in Misfortune Malphite. Unless you have Flash, which you obviously can't have all the time. We got like Malignance, we got like some lethality, like that's ability haste, and that's like ultimate haste. So, like, what do we do here, you know? And I don't think there's a clean line. I think that like, all too often, situations like this arise where there's actually maybe a culprit that hides behind the curtain somewhat, and that situation is that like Lulu has not pressed R on Caitlyn like at all. She's pressed it on herself plenty. She's pressed it on Echo for no reason, but she is certainly. I don't think I've seen an ulti go off that goes onto Caitlyn and actually mitigates any damage, or like, I mean, like I just am disappointed with the ultis, man. I don't know, man, because there's so much value in Lulu's knockup as well. Wild Growth slow and knockup is like incredible stuff. You got W. You got W. Good W, bro. My Malphite went deep there. He did miss ulti though. I think that might be like the second or third ulti we've seen him miss this game. Happens to the best of us, but like, if you're like, my god, man, he's pinging quite a lot, isn't he? If you are playing a champion that basically isn't a champion, except like they'd be the worst champion historically of all time if they didn't have a one key button that like basically like wins games. If you can't hit that one button regularly enough, you're gonna have a tough time, brother. You're gonna have a super tough time. There was a lot of potential for like a solid ulti there. I honestly, like, I can't see with any great certainty that it would have changed anything really, whether they hit it or not. Because like Red Side are, they're pretty strong. They're pretty strong. There's a heavy unit approaching. But you're still in the clear. No detection from enemy sensors. Hold on a minute, he's buffering. He has go up again. That actually is a, okay. Apart from the fact that like Rengar turned, sorry, not Rengar, Shen turned around to like fight again. That was a good ulti from Malphite. It was like something that like peeled a bit, blocked ulti from Caitlyn, acing the hole didn't hit. I actually respect that ulti. Even if it didn't hit, if you're just doing it to close gap and try and get like prevent a teammate from dying, I like that. I like that a lot. Unfortunately, Shen was like, fuck it, I'm dead, I'm going back in, but still. I mean, here's the super threat here. Mordekaiser like isn't. He's taking a lot of fights where he's like utterly outnumbered, but he's still doing like pretty solid damage. So you gotta give like respect to that. But also, here he's just sitting with a fuckload of gold at his disposal, just being funneled into him. I mean, if he sat here, I mean, granted his CS isn't great, but let's like recontextualize this again and remember that this is Iron, so like basically nobody was farming well. You know what? I tell you what, Echo's farming well, and Yoni's farming well. Like I could give a pass maybe to like MF because she's got a lot of kills as well, for sure. But like, you know, I mean like 80 CS, 79 CS. You know, I don't know. Okay, I think that's the first time I've seen Shen ulti that actually, and also. Hold on, that's the first time I've seen Shen ulti where he actually wants to get involved in a fight and he's not just using it as a teleport because he took Ignite. And it's the first time I've seen Wu use Wild Growth on Caitlyn. Except it's also like the most redundant wild growth because there was not a single solitary chance in any dimension of the multiverse where she lives that 4v2, you know? If they want you dead, bro, you're gone. I'm sorry to report. it's the fucking way it is, man. Question is, does Malphite ult you over the wall to close gap here? I don't think there's any need to. I think Q just kills. Yeah. Mordekaiser's playing. I like how he's operating right now. Operating within a stall state. Just get any CS that you can. I think he's gotten like 20, 30 CS, and we're cooking with like super minions as well. They're like 90 a pop. Inhibitor's back up here, so like that gravy train's kind of run out. But there's gold to be gotten, and Mordekaiser's picking up. If I was to like look at the money here, you know what? He's actually down in money compared to Shen. I think honestly, like he does more with the money anyway. I think like I just feel like Mordekaiser's a bit stronger than Shen. I'm definitely probably 100% wrong, but that's just I just prefer playing Mordekaiser. I guess is what I'm trying to say.
Frost and Frost. Not bad.
Yeah, granted, I'm sitting here like, how the fuck? Actually, now that I think about it, how does Shen
very even?
Who the fuck is it? Does he not have Ollie? Why do you not Ollie? Hello? I mean, probably wasn't a good fight. If you want to screw over the enemy team, you do it, but. I you know what? I guess it doesn't really matter because I'm thinking like, what does Caitlyn actually contribute right now to a fight damage-wise? The answer is probably not a lot. Actually, I don't think it was a big deal. If you were doing it, you were doing it to spite, not to kill. Because I mean Malphite, like he's not even going full AP. He's gone like second item Sunfire. Which, considering I think that like two of the biggest threats on the team. Well, actually, I don't know. You know what? Rengar is a threat as well. I don't know if I would go Sunfire for him. Granted. I don't really know. So like, you got two big threats in like Mordekaiser and Echo there. But that being said, I would go balls to the walls on full AP. So, but I think actually full AP against this team, it would be a terrible idea. With like Lulu wild growth, I mean you're gonna kill Caitlyn like every single time, like on repeat. Like there's no doubt about it. Like you win, you die, she dies every time. But Mordekaiser, he's gonna have a lot of items that give him like bonus HP that keep him alive. Like we got like Echo that if you don't burst him, he's gonna just rewind time and like come back with like all the HP that you just took off him. Rengar, I mean. His like W, I guess, is gonna cleanse a lot of that damage. It's just a bit awkward, man. We got Elder Dragon fight potentially though. It's like 30 minutes in. Absolutely no contest on dragons, and it's a pre-30 minute Elder Dragon. That is like fucking crazy, actually, thinking about it. And like I know how much longer this game goes on. So like, do we just not fight for it? Like, what is going on? How does this happen? That was a really good Echo. I really wish there was anybody here to help Echo in this fight, man. He is, I mean, he's like obviously a very rude person. He's always done his thing his teammates this entire game. But like, he is fucking going crazy. Huge stun, huge ulti, huge amounts of damage, man. Oh my god, man. That shit went nuts. Blue team actually wins the fight. Jungler's up. Entire team aced. It's Elder Dragon time, I guess, man. Like, go for it. It's so strange to see because like Red side have kind of been dominating a little bit as far as like what's going on, like towers and stuff like that on the map. But I'm sorry, I got like sidetracked there because like, why is Echo just sitting there? Like, what is the point of what's happened right now? Like Echo is pinging Mordekaiser's teleport, but there's nothing to teleport to. Like I don't understand like what he wants. I guess there may have been a ward there. No, that was a red ward. Yeah, it's so strange. But like, to my recollection, there's only been like maybe one fight that's kind of happened around dragons. The rest have just been kind of taken. I don't know. I presume there'd be no wards. But like this is like fucked up actually. Like I mean like we have Elder Dragon Baron buff. Now granted this could be sauce. There we go, boom. That's it gone from Echo and that's it gone from Caitlyn. I mean that's two for the price of one right there. I mean it could be even worse actually. I mean like oh dear lord. Okay, I think that's still a dead Malphite. Yeah, there we go. I love Elder Dragon on Mordekaiser, man. Baby. I would presume that like you just push, right? If you've just like aced, you've got an Elder Dragon and Baron buff, is there any reason to not just force anything? I don't know. At this point in the game, I guess like the money is now in favor of blue side. It wasn't. I suppose like they were maybe like theoretically kind of stronger, but surely things change with an Elder Dragon and a Baron buff's like stat, like value, like proposition you're entering the equation here. Right? This has kind of turned into a disaster for Red side, I'm not gonna lie. Yoni's doing actually really well. I didn't realize he was doing quite as well as he was. He did really well in the early game and he's farmed really fucking fantastically. Shen, you could probably use some like magic resistance. I'm gonna be honest with you, like I can appreciate that like Rengar is strong, but it does seem like a bit fucking bizarre to me that you're like leaning into like 2 out of the 3 people that are gonna be playing top side or AP, and you go like Heartsteel, fine, Sunfire Cape, sure, whatever, but like Thornmeal as well. Like who the fuck who's that for? There's not really anybody on that team that like necessarily makes a tremendous amount of sense to have on. I get like Caitlyn, I don't know. It's a very strange one to me. I mean, Rengar is dead as well. Boom. As a whole, man, I would do not think that was a good idea. Echo. I don't think we go back in on that one. These are like some confusing like. Mission complete. These are some confusing items. Malphite's gone Storm Surge. I like the Storm Surge. Big fan of Storm Surge. I'd probably buy it like second as opposed to third. Probably wouldn't have the Sunfire Cape. But I also can appreciate that like the team is not ideal for playing into. What the fuck? Shen, wait, what? Shen, man, like what are you doing? Tell me he didn't have E. Tell me that there was no way of saving him. He had fucking taunt, man. These like people on the red side, they must hate each other. Cause like I don't know if I've seen the only person I've seen block an ace in the hole from Caitlyn is Malphite. And I don't even know if he did it on purpose, bro. If I'm being honest with you, it very easily could have been him just sending that shit straight on Rengar. And it just so happened again.
Lith in 16.
It's hard to like tell someone's. I mean, fuck, that's not bad. We could have done a lot better, like a little bit of a better reaction off of the misfortune with the ulti there. God damn that! Oh, wow, did a lot of damage, man. I was about to say just take the motherfucking tower, man, but like I did not realize that. Like Warwick came from off screen. Echo must have saw that shit coming because I sure as shit didn't. I did not see that one coming at all. Okay. What's the line? What's the line of play here? What's Shen gonna buy next? That's what I gotta know. Like I swear, like Mordekaiser went from like 2 and 7 to like 8 and 7. Elder Dragon obviously helped. We gotta give credit for that for sure, but. Even like Caitlyn's starting to get back into the game, which is a scary thought. Like as far as items are concerned, she's like half an item down on Misfortune. But also like she's going. I mean, she is going Guardian Angel though, so this is maybe like a little bit different. Like she's not. I don't know. So we got less than a minute until Elder Dragon's back up again. So. I guess we'll see what comes from that, but Blues are like 3k up on gold now, which is... I mean, this is quite the comeback. There was a period of time where they were like really fucking down. They were really down. I don't know though. I mean, it's about to kick off. That's all I know for sure. It's about to kick the fuck off. Rengar Ollie come out very early. I mean, no reaction from the Shen. Ollie tries to escape from... Oh, no, that's a good Ollie from Misfortune, though. Mordekaiser kind of narrowly avoids it, dropping the ulti onto the Yone. He needs to hurry up and get this pick. He needs to get back out there. But honestly, like, I think Yone might actually win this one. He needs to get a Q down. Okay, handy, but you're dead. You're like, I don't think you live this one, I fear. If he manages to get E going, I mean, beyond that, we've still got shit happening in this fight, man. Echo still exists. But that being said, it's not quite enough damage to actually finish him off. I don't think there's going to be any Elder Dragons being done today. That is a huge ass shield, by the way. What the fuck? Okay, they don't care. They're starting it anyway. They do not care. I mean, Mordekaiser's back. Johnny's definitely in trouble here. No, he's not. This is really strange. I'm actually a bit worried about what's about to happen here. Okay. Yone drops. Shen's here. Like, Malphite's just dying to the passive. Just hit the MF. Like, I don't know. Oh, they got it. Okay, red side got it. What the fuck is going on, man? I'm assuming Warwick got it as well, right? He missed it. Oh shit, he missed the Elder Dragon buff. Oops. Just send it. You're fucked, bro. Just send it. You might as well. Nothing stopping you. No reason not to. Okay, this is a fucking disaster. Oh! That is a cracking ulti from Caitlyn. That might be a game saver, actually, though. This is is
that what I typed?
This is
I thought that's what I typed.
From this Elder Dragon buff, man. Okay.
Weird.
Oh my god. Okay, here's the question: did they go Baron or did they actually go and push the end here? I don't think they can. Did you have 3 of them though? They could definitely crack in him for sure. Actually, well, I was gonna say Malphite is about to have OE. I think he's spread out. You're probably chilling. Or pop flash out of him, almost kill him. He's at least gonna have to back away. I mean, dude. It looks like they're kind of going for here. What damage onto the Yone? Dude, I think Caitlyn's chunking now. Echo's gonna end though. Okay, he's out. This is huge news. Caitlyn hit the tower one time. Just hit it. Honestly, like... Oh wait, you got him. Never mind. Okay, that is an O. That is an O. I'll give you that. That's a quadruple. Don't stand in it! He just hit like the ulti of the career, man. You hit the ulti of your career. Wait, why Echo? Why are you pinging Mordekaiser, man? Like, he's dead. This guy's an animal, man. He's pinging everybody, but he has no idea. Like, Mordekaiser just fought tooth and nail to try and keep Elder Dragon out of the game. You managed to sweep Elder Dragon. You didn't have, I mean, granted, yeah, if he was there, you probably would have won the game. But, like, still, he was not alive. He wasn't born yet. There's no, like, fucking what is Shen doing, man? He's pushing the sides, man. He's splitting. I mean, I feel like if you're gonna backdoor, you can just go for the inhib, right? I don't know. I don't think he's gonna take that. He's taking this shit so slow, man. This is crazy, actually. But like, these minions are fucking miles away, man. It's gonna take like 2 to 3 business days for these minions to get to that inhib. By that point, like, the game's over. We've died of old age. Unstoppable force of the run. Sell him out. Get him out here. A Heartsteel proc though. Ooh. Okay, Echo is not giving up. Is this the hill we want to die on? Is this the hill we want to die on? I got no idea. Malphite, granted, doesn't really have any way of getting out of this. Holy shit, that is actually the bravest maneuver I've ever seen in my entire life. He is dead though, for sure. But like, I would never in a million years think that I would be able to make... That was like an Indiana Jones Q, man. I was so sure he was gonna get caught by that echo stun. You could not catch me ever trying to make that jump. What the fuck? She cancelled ulti? What the fuck? I mean, oh, this, oh, that is just that's bad luck, man. That's lag, man. I don't know. The ulti cancel and the ulti into panic cancel into firing yourself over Baron wall and then into panicking and shooting Baron. It's a deadly combination. Happens to the best of us. Blue team though still do manage to get. I mean, we don't have misfortune to deal with, I suppose. They managed to get Baron. That being said, like, Mordekaiser's kind of in this on his own, and I have a very strong secret suspicion that if they don't win this, if for whatever reason, like, Yone does, like, quite a lot of damage, we're gonna get some pings going off here that, like, Mordekaiser is bad, even though he was, like, behind enemy lines for quite a period of time there. Caitlyn is pulling it through, man. 11, 13, 18. Caitlyn is putting in the work right now. And all Echo has done is ping a raw game. I can appreciate that they kept him in the game a little bit. Like, Echo kept, like, bot lane, you know, he did well. Now it's time to pass over the reins. Like, Rengar and Echo did well. They walked so that, like, Mordekaiser and Caitlyn could run, and we can appreciate that. However, you gotta get out of here. You gotta go home, man. What are you doing here? There's, like, no reason to be in this place. Absolutely zero reason whatsoever. At least on your own. But I mean, even right now, like, this is bad because, like, you have flash, but do you have the reaction speed to dash? To dash? The reaction speed to dodge an unstoppable force. I'm gonna hazard a guess and say probably not. So here's the thing. Like, honestly, this doesn't seem like the most, like, difficult plays in the world. I feel like you probably could get away with just brute forcing that thing, given what your team is. This seems like a fucking disaster, though, I'll admit. Actually, no, the damage from QC through all of their team was actually really good. Canceling Rengar ulti, though, is smooth as hell. I gotta give it to him. We still got Unstoppable Force here. We're just waiting for a chance to use it. I don't think he's ever going to use it, and that's fine. Mordekaiser, though, is going crazy on this track right now. Yeah, okay, Mordekaiser, like, absolutely cleans house on that fight. Barely even takes any damage. Now Echo is pinging for good reasons. I mean, that's going to be good. That was an interesting game. That was, yeah, I was so surprised, like, seeing Inhib almost be cracked, and, like, Elder Dragon being, like, very, very early, and then because I was like, this game's gonna be going on for another 15 or 20 minutes. Like, what happens to have this be the case? And I guess, like, you know, we crack that Inhib. A lot of money comes down the lane. Mordekaiser is just eating that up for breakfast, man. He's eating it up for breakfast. And it works, man. Anyway, thank you so much for watching the video. Hope you enjoyed it. We're going to be doing a couple extra ones of the Iron Spectates over the next coming days to celebrate the launch of the new season. Then we'll be getting into the new season stuff as soon as possible. Hope you all have a wonderful day. Take care. I'll see you all next time. And bye.
What, sorry?
Plastic face.
I think he's saying plastic. Is he saying plastic? Are you saying plastic?
Plastic face.
Plastic face. It's just, we couldn't understand when you said plastic. Aww. Maybe, are you just hungry? Has anyone got a Rubik's Cube? Just take it. I can't help but notice you've got a crown on, sirs. It's his birthday. I don't give a fuck. I think we all feel the same. What's your name, my friend?
Jack.
Jack. Hi, Jack. What do you do, Jack? You're in the military. Our military or like Islamic State? Good to clarify before we get carried away and applaud. Which one? Ours? Fucking tremendous. We love it. What about you? And which bit of the military? Because obviously there's different. What sorry? We're getting quite personal. What are you, a spy? Just the world's worst. I'm in the military. Fuck, I'm not meant to say. Bastard. Go on, which bit? Are you Navy, Army, Air Force?
Air Force.
Air Force. The fucking best bit, right? The fucking best bit. Go on. And what do you do in the Air Force? Because obviously there's Top Gun pilots, and then someone's got to make the scrambled eggs. There's different. He's a what?
Nerd.
He's a nerd. He's a data science. Okay. Well, why are you fucking him then, love? You met the nerd from the military in computer science, it turned you off, and then it turned you on again. Presumably. Now, I don't want to be that guy, but you don't sound like you're from round here. Whereabouts are you from?
New York.
You're from New York. Okay, Jack. I don't know how to put this to you in a way that you won't find incredibly offensive. She's clearly too good for you. And she's only with you for your military intelligence. What, sorry?
We just got married 2 months ago.
You just got married 2 months ago? Yeah, no, I'm not saying... Stop it. Why are you clapping a fucking spy? Of course I'll bring home the military secrets. I can't believe you let me touch your boob. This fucking loser can't believe his luck. Congratulations. What do you do, obvious spy? Yeah, what do you do?
Oh, I work for a fintech startup.
A fintech startup.
Yeah.
Great cover story, because the problem with the cover story is you don't want any follow-up questions, right? Who would ask a follow-up question about a fintech startup? I feel quite drowsy just saying it again. No one knows what fintech startups are?
Yeah, exactly.
I think we do, we're just not interested. There's a difference. And you're from New York.
Yeah.
Well, welcome to St. Albans. The city that often sleeps. Yeah, it's quite dozy. It's cool, it's very nice to have you. Yeah, congratulations on getting married. Where did you get married, St. Albans or New York?
Vegas.
You got married in Vegas?
Yeah.
I feel somehow Jack's been live action catfished. Something is off about this, Jack. God love him. Good luck, you two. Any other heckles, please, feel free.
Oh, do you need your suit off?
What, sorry?
Oh, do you need your suit off?
Who'd you get your suit off? Don't fucking... No! You sound objectionably northern.
Turn-ups on your suit.
A two-inch turn-up, yes.
Turn-ups on your suit, so it must be for somebody else.
No, that's how a suit is cut, sir. I don't know if you're aware, but you've come dressed by Primark. I mean, there's no fucking... I don't want to be a dick about it, but you look like a potato still in the sack. I've come dressed as Thomas Crown, motherfucker. What's your name? Just because I want to hear more of your voice. What's your name?
Dave.
Dave? I love the idea that he popped out. He probably fucking walked out. I knew his mother. What should we call him? Baby Dave. Let's call him Baby Dave. Dave, I imagine he'll be a big bloke. What do you do, Dave?
Very little.
It's for the best. You don't need to fuck it up. Go on, what do you do, man?
Quite literally, very little.
Hang on, the lady, the carer, what does he do? A lady just raised her hand as if to say, he's not had his meds. I can't make him take his meds. Go on, what does he do?
Teacher, so she needs to raise her hand for everything.
Okay. Go on, what does he do?
He is interviewing at the moment.
He's interviewing. Well, Dave, all the very best with that. I think is there a quick way of when someone's interviewing, what's it called again? Unemployed, Dave. You're unemployed. I'm just interviewing at the moment. No, Dave, you're fucking signing on. What kind of work are you looking for?
Management roles.
Yeah, we should put you in charge of something. I'm only going on your accent now, Dave, which is magnificent, by the way. But does anyone have a mill that needs managing? Because that is the perfect voice to go, oh, trouble at mill. And there fucking would be with him in charge. Why are you not sitting down? I'm going toilet. You're allowed to go on your own. You sound like a fucking idiot. Just take a moment to just think, that's my fucking job. I'm allowed to say that to people. Who else gets to do that? When you're working in your job, if you meet a fucking idiot, I bet you've got to make nice. I get to just call him a fucking idiot. You're waiting for me to take you? You wait a long time. I don't know. I blame the alcohol. Not what you've had this evening, what your mother was thinking when she was pregnant.
Oh.
That was quite what a polite sort of round of applause, like someone had scored a 4 in cricket for a joke about fetal alcohol syndrome. It was rather good, yes. I imagine he was from a terrible home. Just join in. What, sorry? Go and suck off Joe Rogan. We're both straight guys. And one of us could kill you. That's more Joe's department. Are you a big Joe Rogan fan? Is that your thing?
Yeah, I watch his podcast.
You watch the podcast? Yeah. I really enjoy doing it. He's a very good guy. There you go. That's a boring story. It's good. The comedy club's fucking great in Austin. Go there. It's great. Fun. Hang on. I'm just going to deal with this for 1 second. Guys, you're still standing up, and I think you're talking a little bit too much. You're probably irritating the people around you. So either stop, or we're going to kick you out. It'll be a pain in the ass. No, don't just crouch down. Either sit down, or... Well, go. You fuck off to the bar then, mate. No. Fuck off to the bar now. Security, go up there. And the slightly drunken lady, I hope you're having a lovely time, but no more. No, couldn't give a fuck. Just shush. There's a lovely Australian phrase. The Aussies, they don't get enough credit for their phrasing. They use the language beautifully. Sometimes if a lady's a bit drunk and a bit loud, they'll say, stick a dick in it.
Stick a dick in it.
I imagine you're no stranger.
Shut up, line that works, guaranteed. Shut up, line that works 100% of the time.
I chat up line that works 100% of the time. Does this rag smell of chloroform to you?
So what?
In the van? No, I'm very happy. All right, I guess I can see the kids at weekends. It'd be fine. Any other? Wendy, who is very Essex, just got engaged to one hell of a fella by the name of Pascal. Where's Wendy? Where are you, Wendy? Hi, Wendy. Hi. And Pascal, you just got engaged? Oh. Well, I would ask, did he go down on one knee? But I imagine you pissed on a stick. We're getting married, a trapture. What happened? How was the proposal?
We got engaged in Antigua.
In Antigua. Ooh, fancy. And what do you do, Wendy?
I'm a nanny.
You're a nanny? Called Wendy? That's straight out of Peter Pan, isn't it? I love it. Fucking great. And what about Pascal? What do you do, Pascal?
He's gone to the toilet.
And Nanny didn't have to go with him. It's very grown up. All right, what else we got? You have to love this, but me and the life boss have come back to... What? You have to love this, but me and the life boss have come back to St Albans after 4.5 years since we first met here. The first meeting triggered divorce, etc. It's been a blast. Row MM, seat 1 and 2. What the fuck is going on here? Go on, what? Who did what? What happened?
Oh, we started our affair here 4.5 years ago, so we come back tonight.
You started an affair 4.5 years ago?
Yeah.
Oh, and you've got divorced and now you're together?
We come back together.
Yay! I tell you who's applauding. She loves a home wrecker. This poor man's dying of anxiety. Give him back, it's not yours. Jimmy, I'm in love with my best friend who's with me. How do I tell her that? Let's do it now. Where are you? Who's with their best friend in love with them? We might as well, huh? Hi? 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 And where's the best friend? Hi, the best friend?
Hi.
Oh. And it's a sapphic romance. I wasn't expecting that. Okay, ladies, and how long have you known each other?
Forever.
Forever? Oh. And you fancy you go on each other's fannies? What, sorry?
I told her to throw a cock.
You told her to grow a cock. I think she'll probably more convenient just to strap one on.
She doesn't like plastic.
She doesn't like plastic. She's spent the last 2 hours staring at my face. She'll be all right. She'll get used to it. Good luck, ladies. Hello, I'm Jimmy Carr, and I've got a new tour. It's called Jimmy Carr Laughs Funny. Now, I think jokes are like magnets. They attract some people. Some people like my comedy, and 1 million of you came to see me on my last tour.
We should check each other over for any new blemishes. Want me to do you first?
He is funny. Okay. So that's building.
There's nothing in here. There's little sword holes in the floor.
Survival. Hmm. That would work. No. Necros. Swap. Nautilus. That's fine. I don't really care about those. That's fine.
What if the FNAF books were canon? It's a question that's torn the fanbase apart for years, and now we've had an update to Help Wanted 2 that seems to be telling us the answer is yes. But what would that change? What theories would this ruin? And what does it mean we can expect from Secret of the Mimic this year? Today, we're going to find out. Hello Internet! Welcome to Game Theory, the show that's always looking at FNAF from a new perspective. You may remember that last time I was getting a little frustrated with Scott and his lack of clarity in this franchise. It is fun to be able to solve these small loose threads, but we're still unable to use those to figure out the bigger mysteries. What's the deal with Gregory? What happened to Cassie? Are the books canon? Well, it appears Scott was listening, and now he's not messing around, because we just got ourselves a couple of new pieces of information to answer the biggest question in the franchise's recent history. Are the books canon? Recently, friend of the channel Dorco did a charity live stream, and as per usual, he got special access to some unreleased gameplay and teasers. One was a new version of 5 Laps at Freddy's, the weird spin-off kart racer thing, and while playing, a new billboard was discovered. It was advertising a company called Murray Co. and their brand new robotic vacuum cleaner. In the story The Mimic from Tales from the Pizzaplex, we have a character called Edwin Murray who builds a robotic vacuum cleaner. He later goes on to be bought by Fazbear Entertainment and builds the Mimic, the big bad that we saw at the end of Ruin. We also got a very short teaser for a Help Wanted 2 update where we get to see the Mimic's costume model up close. But the important detail was actually in the very corner of the screen, a white tiger plushie with different coloured eyes. In that same story, The Mimic, Edwin's son David has a white tiger plushie, and after he dies, the Mimic begins carrying it around. In later stories like Tiger Rock and Storyteller, the Mimic is heavily associated with a white tiger animatronic with 2 different coloured eyes. A couple of days after all of this, the update came out, and it became even more clear that this was all to do with the Mimic. The tiger plushie was unlocked by using the code 1979, the date we found in the Secret of the Mimic trailer, and roughly around the time Edwin created the Mimic in the books, we get to see the toy factory that people reported the Secret of the Mimic demo from PAX West taking place in. And in the Mimic story, we learn that Edwin lived in a factory where he was making animatronics. As you might imagine, this set the fan base ablaze because it seemed like the games were finally confirming the canonicity of the books. Before this, the strongest connection we had to the Tales books taking place in the game timeline was just the Mimic existing down in the FNAF 6 building in both the epilogues of Tales and the ending of Ruin. But now, with Edwin's company existing and a white tiger character who we've only ever seen in the books at this point, it feels like more than ever we are being shown that the games and the books may coexist in the same universe. But if that's the case, what does that change? We've been theorizing about this franchise for a long time now, and we've never really considered the books to be canon to the game timeline. So, if the books are now being shown as canon, I wondered what dominoes begin to fall. Which of those theories get debunked? What parts of the story would we have a new perspective on? And what could that mean for future releases? Better grab your Vanny masks once again, theorists, because we've got to take a look at FNAF in
I never
a
shot anything. I did 20% of the damage.
What if the books were canon? Let's start with the series of books that are most tied to this modern era of FNAF. Tales from the Pizzaplex. In case you don't know, this is a series of 8 books, each containing 3 short stories and an epilogue, with all the epilogues combining into one continuous story across all 8 books. That gives us 25 full stories, all of which take place in a world where Freddy Fazbear's exists. Most commonly, it's some version of the Pizzaplex. You may have seen the term Tales games thrown around when talking about whether the books are canon to the games. Well, this is where that comes from. Tales games boils down to these 25 Tales stories being completely one-to-one canon to the games. Fortunately, you don't need to know all 25 stories inside and out in order to get to grips with how Tales would change the game's lore. There are a few stories that make small changes, but mostly it's just to provide clarity on parts of the story we weren't sure about. Stories like Help Wanted, where we learn about Steve Snodgrass, a game developer who made the original 4 FNAF games for Fazbear Entertainment, though we find out he's making them based purely on the rumors surrounding the business and his own memories. Plus, his mind is being affected by this little high-pitched noise, distorting the reality around him, and it's all coming from one little disc. If the books are canon, then this story would not only confirm the canon existence of sound illusion discs, everyone's favorite FNAF gadget, but it would also 100% confirm that canonically, the first 3 to 4 games are in-universe games. Now, we have known about this idea since the Help Wanted game.
Fazbear Entertainment hired the game developer. Those indie games were designed to conceal and make light of what happened. This isn't just an attempt to rebrand. It's an elaborate cover-up.
But what this changes is the reliability of those games for lore purposes. After the Help Wanted game, despite being told that these were in-universe games, it was unclear how one-to-one they were with reality. This story tells us that they were being made by someone who didn't know the true stories and whose mind was slowly being worn down. This allows for Scott and Steel Wool to retcon certain details from those games without them really being retcons. They're just something Steve made up. Obviously, if a modern entry confirms a detail from FNAF 1 to 4, then we can be sure it's likely true. And we actually get a good example of this. Ditophobia. This was the final story from Tales from the Pizzaplex, and it involves a character named Rory, living in a house that is described exactly like the FNAF 4 house. Rory believes he is a kid with a family, but as time goes on, it's revealed he's not a kid, he's grown up. The house is disgusting, and the entire place has been filled with a hallucinogenic gas coming from the underground bunker. Circus babies. We've wondered for a long time what was causing the nightmares in FNAF 4, whether it was sound illusion discs or just the overwhelming sense of fear and guilt. But if these books are canon, the answer becomes clear. The nightmares are real, but it's the hallucinogenic gas that truly brings them to life. So that's hallucinogenic gas, sound illusion discs, and don't forget we have VR and AR in this world. There are 3 reality-altering tools on the table for this franchise. Basically, we can't trust anything we see in the games anymore. Then there's the more modern stories like GGY. This one focuses on a kid named Greg that is hacking into the Pizzaplex animatronics, leaving high scores in all the arcade machines, and is getting rid of any counselors or anyone else that gets too close to the truth. With his arcade and hacking sign-offs being GGY, it's almost certain that his full name is Gregory, as in our Gregory from Security Breach, which also makes Gregory Patient 46, the mysterious child from the therapy CDs we collect during Security Breach that also has a habit of getting rid of therapists. The final point of clarity here is that Greg refers to himself as the wizard's favorite apprentice during the story, as well as using the handle Dr. Rabbit, which feels like a mighty big hint that Gregory is working for Glitchtrap, just like Vanessa. To be fair, we've actually been on board with this idea for a while, so it hasn't really changed any of our theories. But if the books are canon, it just solidifies it more as fact rather than theory. The only thing we have to wonder now is whether he's still under Glitchtrap's control. Help Wanted 2 and Security Breach seem to be telling us that Vanessa is now free of Glitchtrap, and in Ruin, they are implied to be working together to help Cassie. So is Gregory also free now, or is he just playing the long con? As I've said, those three stories don't really change much about the lore. They provide some clarity and add depth to certain lore aspects that were otherwise just dropped on us with no real explanation, but it doesn't really derail anything. However, that isn't the case for every story, and now we have to talk about the big three: the Mimic, the Storyteller, and the Epilogues. And if these stories are canon, it causes a drastic shift in how we look at this modern era of FNAF. A quick recap for those who don't know. These stories focus around the latest big bad of the series, the Mimic. It starts with Edwin Murray and his son, David. Edwin is a robotics genius whose company was bought by Fazbear Entertainment, and his job was to turn the original Freddy's costumes into animatronics. He ends up building the Mimic out of spare parts, and it's designed to mimic and play with his son. Sadly though, one day his son runs
I just
out
put
of
my
the
phone
factory
up
into the
and I get
road
another
and
message.
whatever.
Come on.
But even after he dies, the Mimic continues mimicking David's behavior,
Give
causing
me a
David to
break.
get angry and beat the Mimic to a metallic pulp. Edwin then disappears, leaving Fazbear to come and collect their property from Edwin's factory, where the Mimic begins violently murdering those who come to collect. They do eventually manage to contain the Mimic, as while they begin construction of the Pizzaplex on top of the FNAF 6 location, a version of the Mimic is dropped off alongside other animatronics that will make up the glam rock band. The Mimic is then programmed to help clear the endos that remain inside, ripping their arms and heads off. But it doesn't just stop at the endos. Construction workers begin being torn apart limb from limb, leading to the location being cemented over, trapping it inside the FNAF 6 location beneath the Pizzaplex. Many years later, once the Pizzaplex is up and running, the Mimic software is used to run something called the Storyteller, a baobab tree that connects the entire Pizzaplex, and it's designed to create new fun storylines for the characters to play out, except it ends up turning the animatronics into more childish and more dangerous versions of themselves. At this point, Edwin returns and tries to stop the Mimic, only to die in the process, with the Storyteller later being removed, but the Mimic program remains. There is a lot to unpack there, and a number of theories that go out the window if these books do end up being canon. The first and most obvious one, the origins of the Mimic. Up until this point, we've been theorizing that Edwin was meant to be a parallel for Henry. Both were involved in the early days of Fazbear. We even theorized that Henry had been bought out by Afton, much like Edwin was. Both made the earliest animatronics, and both had young children that died, and they took their agony out on their animatronic creations that were designed to mimic their now deceased child. That led to several theories about how Henry originally created the Mimic, and that it was originally made to be part of their traveling circus alongside Henry and William. But if the books are canon, that cannot be the case, as it's very clearly Edwin that created the Mimic. Now, that's not to say the Mimic couldn't have been used as part of the circus. We see Jackie from Secret of the Mimic is very much circus themed, but it just wasn't the reason it was created. Instead, that would have just been a retroactive use for it. We also had a theory about how the Mimic had been locked underground for a very long time, at least since the 1980s. After Henry disappeared, Afton went to collect what belonged to Fazbear, including the Mimic, and then used it to help create the Funtime animatronics, only for it to all go wrong and for it to kill his daughter. He then locked the Mimic underground and created a Blue Bunny Nixes to keep it locked away. Again, if the books are canon, this theory cannot be true, as the Mimic doesn't arrive at the Pizzaplex until construction on the Pizzaplex has already begun. There is still a chance that the Mimic was used by Afton to create the Fun Times, as they go to collect the Mimic just a few months after its creation sometime in the 70s, way before Afton's own spring locking. It just means that Elizabeth's death wasn't enough to make Afton go, maybe this isn't such a good idea, which I would say feels strange, but then again, this is the guy who tortured his own son with nightmare animatronics, so it sadly tracks. books. The books also reveal who is trying to revive Fazbear Entertainment. And turns out it's not an important or relevant character like Mrs. Afton like we theorized about in our FNAF timeline. I should really do a new one of those. Let me know down in the comments if you'd like to see my updated version of this. Anyway, instead, it's a random businessman called Mr. Burrows, and it turns out the reason the Pizzaplex was built on top of FNAF 6 and the reason the Mimic was given access to the Pizzaplex systems wasn't for some big master plan with Afton's old computer chips and burnt corpse. It was just a dumb business move made by someone who knew nothing about anything in order to achieve the main goal that you might expect from a modern CEO: profits. And because Mr. Burrow dies alongside Edwin after installing the storyteller, which has clearly been removed by the time of security breach, that would imply that the messages we saw about Vanessa's hiring, despite her lack of qualifications, were almost certainly the Mimic's doing. Vanessa was possessed by the Mimic, aka Glitchtrap, and with Mr. Burrows dead, the Mimic had full control of Fazbear's systems, including emails. So when it says that her recommendation came from the top, it was likely the Mimic using Mr. Burrows' email to put its plan into motion. But what is the Mimic's plan? Well, at this point, it's just software. If it truly wants to continue Afton's legacy, it's going to need a body, and it has one just beneath the Pizzaplex. But this is where one of the big criticisms of the books being canon comes from. While there is clearly a Mimic under the Pizzaplex in the games, it doesn't appear to be the Mimic 2 that we read about in the epilogues. In the epilogues, it's a black, almost gooey spider-like thing, transforming into whatever shape it needs. But then in Ruin, we got this thing, an endo made up of the most random assortment of parts that walks with a limp. These two things don't feel like they're the same threatening creature, but if we think about it and we do consider the books to be canon, I think I might have an answer for this. By the end of the epilogues, the Mimic is destroyed, spring-locked by a jester costume. If the Mimic program wants to use this body, it would need to be repaired. Enter Vanessa, and thanks to GGY, likely Gregory, who can then use Glamrock Freddy to clear the path down into the depths, into the FNAF 6 building, and to where the Mimic's destroyed body lies dormant. From here, they would do what we initially suspected Vanessa was doing with Burntrap. They would repair him using a mix-mash of endoskeleton parts, anything they could find, in order to put it back together. That could be why we see it limping before the chase scene. It's either still partially damaged, or it's just because the parts aren't its own, but a random assortment that's not fully balanced or calibrated. That would then tie into the ending we got from the new Help Wanted 2 update. We see Mixes driven away in a van that looks suspicious.
I high five to that
like
guy.
Gregory drove in one of the security breach endings. Mixes wasn't always underneath FNAF 6. After the events of security breach, it seems like both Gregory and Vanessa have been freed from the Mimic's control, but they know what's down there. They put it back together, and because of that, they know how to stop it. What we're seeing in this ending could be Gregory and Vanessa driving Mixes to the Pizzaplex, collecting it from the same place the Mimic came from, the MCN toy store and factory. Edwin's. That's why Gregory's backpack and walkie-talkie end up down with the Mimic, because they were installing Mixes to keep it locked away, only for the Mimic to learn Gregory's voice and trick Cassie into freeing it. What all of this amounts to is actually something we theorized a very long time ago about the future of this franchise, one that we've actually been quite disappointed hadn't seemed to have come to fruition since then: the soft reboot of the franchise. By making Edwin canon to the games, and with the Mimic being the true identity behind Glitchtrap, it removes the parts both Afton and Henry played in our theories. We finally moved on from the original characters and story of Henry versus Afton, and into a new era of new characters like Vanessa, Gregory, Cassie, and the Mimic. The Steel Wool era of games still uses the same rules and world as before, but it's more about the knock-on effects of those old characters' actions, rather than their direct input. And that's great! Ultimate Custom Night felt like a great ending to the story. Now, in retrospect, if the books are canon, we can truly split the series up and treat this as a new era separate from those original stories. However, if Tales is canon, this isn't the only thing that changes. There's one more story, one more domino that has to fall, and the story is called Frailty. Here we meet a girl called Jessica, who has a special metallic necklace that when she scrapes off shavings and puts them on dying patients at a hospital, they get better. At the end of the story, she uses the last of this necklace and becomes a pile of scrap metal. The powers of this necklace are nearly identical to the power we saw from the necklace given to Sarah by Eleanor in the story To Be Beautiful. Sarah was eventually turned into a pile of scrap metal, but while she wore the necklace, she appeared completely human. The reason that this is such a big deal is that To Be Beautiful isn't from Tales from the Pizzaplex. It's from Fazbear Frights, the previous collection of short stories. And if Eleanor becomes canonical, then at the very least, every story connected to her also becomes canonical. Agony would become canon. Time-traveling ball pits would be canon. And the Afton amalgamation, or the Agony, the thing everyone said Matt was insane for even suggesting to be part of the game's timeline, would indeed be canon. This idea, the fanbase has dubbed Stitchline games, because they all tie into the epilogues from those books surrounding a mysterious character called the Stitch Wraith. The Stitch Wraith is an endoskeleton that contains the souls of two children, Jake and Andrew. And Andrew is the more interesting one in terms of canonicity. Andrew was killed by William as one of the 6 missing kids that were killed in 1985. Because of this, Andrew is angry, vengeful even, to the point where in The Man in Room 1280, he keeps a burnt and dying Afton alive in a hospital just to torture him inside his mind. That sounds familiar, almost as if it's exactly what happens in Ultimate Custom Night. A vengeful spirit torturing Afton for all eternity. For the longest time, we've attributed this role to Cassidy, the 5th missing kid, and a spirit possessing Golden Freddy. But if the Tales books are canon, which means that at least the Stitch Wraith stories are canon, that would mean that Andrew's spirit is more likely the one torturing Afton. The Man in Room 1280 and Ultimate Custom Night are happening at the same time. Andrew is the vengeful spirit. I suppose that would explain why the one you should not have killed is referred to using male pronouns.
He's here and always watching. The one you shouldn't have killed.
The only confusing part is, why show us Golden Freddy for beating the hardest difficulty? In the story The New Kid, they do find a kid with black curly hair inside the Golden Freddy suit, which matches the description of Andrew's hair. But then, he's not shown to possess Golden Freddy in any of the Stitch Wraith stories. And in the Into the Pit game, we have a minigame that shows us an Andrew-possessed fetch, while Golden Freddy sits there with its eyes lit up, implying that Golden Freddy is already possessed and that it and Andrew are separate. Plus, what's with Andrew not getting a gravestone? The 6 graves we have are Gabriel, Fritz, Susie, Jeremy, Cassidy, and Charlie. Did Andrew's parents just not love him enough to get him one? It does feel odd that this clearly very important character doesn't really appear in anything, and has largely been forgotten in all the clues given to us inside the games themselves. But then, I guess this is where the new games can come in. If Stitchline is canon, that would make the Into the Pit game canon, and Megacat has already teased us with a Fetch sequel coming at some point. So details like this could be more thoroughly explored in those future titles. And actually, there's something quite satisfying about that. What that would essentially leave us with are 2 sets of games running side by side, the Megacat series and the Steel Wool series. One aimed at clarifying Andrew's story within the older games, and one aimed at exploring the future of the franchise's story. It all sounds so idyllic, doesn't it? It feels like a number of holes in the story do get filled in if the books are in fact canon. The question is, do I really think they are? Now, I would be remiss if I didn't talk about the other side of this canon coin just a little bit. While the appearance of a Tiger Rock plushie and Edwin's name on the sign do seem like compelling pieces of evidence towards the books being canon, there is a chance this is another Silver Eyes situation. In those books, we have William and Henry, but while they share a name with their in-game counterparts, they are decidedly different characters. In the games, Afton gets spring-locked and locked away in a back room, only being found 30 years later in FNAF 3. while in the books, Afton survives his spring locking, isn't locked away, and goes on to pursue immortality. In the books, Henry unalives himself in 1985 when he can't take the grief of his daughter's death, while in the games, he sacrifices himself when burning down the FNAF 6 pizzeria, which is at least 30 years after the closure of Freddy's. Same characters, different stories. And so, there is a chance we're seeing the same thing happen here. Edwin definitely seems to exist in the main canon, but it may not be one-to-one with his book counterparts. Tiger Rock also seems to exist in the games and the books, but the story surrounding him and the Mimic might be slightly different. It's also worth noting that we were introduced to William Afton's name and Henry as a full character in the books first, and then later they showed up in the games, which is exactly what we've seen with the Mimic, a character that was introduced in the books first, then showed up in Ruin later. It's following a similar pattern. The truth is, either of these options is entirely possible. Right now, we just don't have enough evidence to say one way or the other with complete certainty. We're just gonna have to wait for Secret of the Mimic to hopefully learn more and get the answer. However, despite the existence of these items not confirming the book's canonicity 100%, I will say that the more I worked on this episode, the more open I became to this possibility. Like I said at the start of this episode, last time I asked Scott for clarity, and it feels like that's what we're getting. So I'd be silly not to take it seriously. Plus, if the books weren't meant to be canon, then including a Tiger Rock plushie and Edwin's name is just sowing discord for the sake of it, rather than actually trying to help clarify things. And I know Scott is known for being a bit of a troll, but that feels extreme even for him. By including them while not completely confirming anything, it does feel like we're being pointed in that direction. And as we've talked about today, that could be really helpful for explaining the mess that was Security Breach, Vanessa's original plan, who is running the Pizzaplex, and why the Mimic is different now than in the books. But I guess we're just going to have to wait and see when Secret of the Mimic comes out this year to know for sure. Maybe on April 6th, 2025, if the 4625 code from the New Help Wanted ending is anything to go by. But in the meantime, remember, that's just a theory. A game theory! Thanks for watching. World premiere on Game Theory. I have found Frankie. After just one visit to this deadly trampoline park, it's become clear that this show wasn't made to make money or to entertain viewers as they watch people meet their gruesome ends. It was made with far more personal intent, and we fell for it hook, line, and sinker. This is the complete lore of Welcome Home. With 2024 coming to a close, a new year upon us, and some new updates on the horizon, I thought it would be a good idea to look back over this weird and wonderful artistic series to remind ourselves of everything we've learned about the mysterious neighborhood known as home. Plus, there have been a few updates since our last theory. So grab some hot cocoa and settle into that comfy chair, neighbor. Here is everything you need to know about Welcome Home. Plus, if you stick around to the end, there may just be something special waiting for you. Call it a little holiday gift from me. Matt, take it away.
It's a beautiful day in the neighborhood. A beautiful day for a neighbor. Would you be mine? Could you be mine? Would you be mine? Could you be mine? Would you be mine? Could you be mine? Won't you be my neighbor? Hello, Internet. Welcome to Game Theory, the show that hopes to make this day a special day by just being itself. And you can make my day very special by gently and kindly tapping that subscribe button. You know, that original quote is nothing short of iconic, attributed to one man in particular, Fred Rogers, host of the show Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood. No single man has done so much for children's entertainment or red knit cardigan sweaters. I think it's fairly safe to say that every kid who grew up between 1968 and 2001 are at least passingly familiar with his work. An educational show hosted on PBS that encouraged respect, compassion, kindness, integrity, and humility. It was simple, it was heartwarming, and it became one of the longest running kids shows of all time, bested only by Sesame Street in 2003. But when you make an impact on kids' lives, inevitably something strange happens when those kids grow up. They begin to explore their nostalgia, but they give it a new twist to transform it into something original. And nowhere else is that more true than here on the internet, where everything gets thrown into the pop culture grinder to be remixed and melted together until something inevitably pops out at the other end. Sometimes it's good, sometimes it's evil, sometimes it's welcome home. The latest spooky craze to capture the imagination of the internet. If this hasn't been flooding your content feed lately, I'd be surprised. It has been everywhere, and for good reason. The premise behind it all is that this is a website dedicated to recovering pieces of lost media from an old 70s show called, fittingly enough, Welcome Home, a kids' educational series that suddenly went off the air and disappeared. Even its production company went completely silent. In that way, it's very reminiscent of Hello Puppets, if you happen to remember that one. As we explore the website, we can learn more about the residents of the neighborhood called home. And it's your typical children's edutainment roster. People like Grumpy Frank, Joyful Julie, Goofy but streetwise Barnaby. But the most important character is the lead, Wally Darling. A character who's one part Mr. Rogers, one part Sesame Street, with just a dash of Bob Ross thrown in, because the internet do what the internet gonna do. Exploring the website, we learned that episodes of the show would revolve around Wally learning a lesson, going on adventures, and drawing and painting with viewers. It all sounds quite idyllic, really. And it is, at least until you look beneath the surface. As you explore the website, you get a sense that not everything is right in this neighborhood. Links don't seem to work as they should, text appears to be overlapping, out of alignment, or hidden entirely, and there's this weird image of Wally just looking mighty sus.
That's not sinister at all.
There he is.
Ladies and gentlemen, this isn't just a website, it's an ARG, an artfully realized gallery full of drawings, cardboard models, vinyl records, a physical puppet, and of course, puzzles. Lots of puzzles. And they're all hiding a suspicious amount of lore. Something sinister is going on in this neighborhood, and we're about to figure out what it is. But before we dive in, I do want to take a minute to remind everyone that, while yes, websites with secrets like this are exciting, we have to be kind and respectful while we explore. Welcome Home's creator Clown has been very explicit in saying that they welcome theorizing, but they also ask that you don't share them on any theory videos for fear of the video influencing their intended narrative. Additionally, as always with any website-based mystery, remember our 5 rules that we've covered in past episodes. Never publish private information, stick to publicly available information, do not trespass, do not contact or harass individuals, and keep the discussion centralized. To help with that, there's going to be a link in the description to the mega thread on the Game Theorist subreddit. But these rules are especially true for this particular series. Rumors have been circulating in the community that Clown has actually been doxxed. Fortunately, they put out a post confirming that that isn't true. That said, let's just keep it that way. Secondly, as I mentioned before, online discussion about this world and its characters has blown up across TikTok and YouTube. And because of how quickly and aggressively this is gaining popularity, Clown's currently taking a step back from posting and creating right now. There's even a deleted post saying how overwhelmed they feel by the amount of attention the project's received. So, just as a reminder, stay patient, stay polite, and do not pressure anyone into making more content. Be kind and respectful members of the community. And Clown, if you're watching, which you shouldn't be since this is a theory video, but still, if you are, just want to say, take your time. There is absolutely zero pressure for you to make anything anytime soon. I mean, let's be honest, it took me 7 years to finally launch Style Theory. Creating something cool takes time. One creator to another, just keep doing what you're doing and put your own mental health first. Alright, so with all of us on the same page, let's actually look at some of the clues that I mentioned earlier. When you visit the homepage, you'll find Wally sitting on a rock, and below him is a newsletter explaining the latest updates. However, if you look closely, you'll see something that's quite literally out of place. The letter Y in the word your is sitting much higher than the rest of the text. Now, you might think that this is just a website glitch, something that the creator didn't realize was there. But when you look through the rest of the site, you find the same thing happening over and over again. One misplaced letter on practically every main page. The W in Wally on the welcome home page is slightly too low. There's an X in the word expand on the neighborhood page, an O in the title of the about us page, an E in the news logo, and a V in the I love you message over in the guest book. What do you do with all these letters? Well, you go back up to the URL bar and type in clownillustration.com/ and then the letters YWXOEV. That then brings you to a brand new page that contains the image of a house with a gif of eyes over top. These eyes appear to be that of our lead character, Wally. Eventually, the gif stops, showing only an image of his eyes wide open with dilated pupils staring right at us, which I gotta say is making me all sorts of uncomfortable. But this isn't the only secret that those letters unlock. Notice the title tab of the website here. It says, try again. Clearly, there are right and wrong combinations of all these letters. By putting in WOXYVE, you get to see a page of the show's script, along with a gif that shows Wally's eyes looking at us. And if you try EOVWXY, you'll see a video of a TV screen with static, but when the 40-second mark hits, suddenly there's a flash of those same eyes staring at us through the screen. Something tells me we're being watched. And it's at this moment that you notice the designs at the edges of the website. What initially seems like loud flower power style designs of the 60s are actually a mass of eyes, constantly watching us as we scroll through the website's various pages. But this doesn't end with it just watching us. Whatever this thing is, it's also trying to communicate with us. On the welcome homepage, we find lots of images that are noted as being restored remnants and reproduced pieces. This is where we find that creepy image of Wally closing his window shutters. But there's also another image that
This map's wild for not letting me put that where I want to.
the scene of the characters Frank and Eddie delivering mail. However, if you look closely, you'll see part of the article is visible on the right-hand side. Take an even closer look, and you'll notice at the bottom, the first letters of each line spell out something. Hello, you. Haha, that's ominous. Who is speaking to us exactly? It's also not the only time that we see messages like this either. If you head on over to the About Us page, the page where we learn
Yo,
about the
hydrate my
recreation,
mans.
see a picture of Frank.
Can do.
But in the corner of that image is a set of books, all with writing on the spine.
Hey,
The first couple.
Ah, whoops.
Wait, I suppose you could consider
Sorry.
us the
I had
new
my
Wall.
browser selected for a second there.
Cliffhanger from the previous theory, the upcoming exhibition for Welcome Home. This event was a chance to share the history of the show with the world, but from the website's newsletter, it definitely seemed like something a lot more sinister. It read as follows.
I'm
quote,
gonna
"Together
burn if
we
I
will
don't
get it
move.
out. We will get everything out. You will see as we do, neighbor." Just gonna go
How are you
with that
doing?
invitation on red. Thank you very much. As I already mentioned, I suspected that this event was meant to gather people together to make them part of Wally's cult. So imagine my surprise when on the updated website, I saw that there was a brand new page dedicated to that very exhibition, and nothing really happened. Here I was, expecting images of
I'll also pause the video I'm listening to.
disaster.
There we go. Nice. Doing some of the Steel Path missions for the day. Building a new weapon. Gonna play around with it. Met a guy from Finland a couple days back. He's got some builds that I never have played around with. I was kind of impressed with a few of them. So I'm like, ooh, I'm gonna have to play around with those. Like a few weapons that I just kind of leveled and glossed over because they weren't kind of hitting it with me, right? So I never really invested in making them better. And he was using them. I was like, oh, so they can get good, huh? I'm like, well, I guess I'm gonna have to give it a try. And I've heard people like them and all, but I never really saw it in the base weapon, where it could go kind of thing. So I'm gonna play around with them. So it was really cool hanging out with somebody that has a different perspective. You know, I really enjoy those moments where he plays Garuda. I've only ever really played a meme build of Garuda, so it was really cool seeing somebody do some tricky shit on a frame that I'm really bad at, you know? So he's flying around on Garuda. He was just staying in the air the whole time. And I'm like, okay, so that's a possibility. I don't know how to do that, but I see that it's possible to fly on Garuda. Don't understand it, but okay. So that's a thing. And then like did end up taking down 20 behemoths that with their AI on. Died a couple times, but did end up taking them down. And I'm like, oh, that's kind of impressive. Hey, thanks for the follow. I appreciate that.
We should check each other over for any new blemishes.
I'm expecting, let's see, Tuck Dodo to stop by sometime. Hey, Jinx. Just doing some of the Steel Path stuff, chatting with Act a little bit, talking about, and hey there, Tuck. I guess that was you that just stopped by. I was about to say I was expecting to you know, talk to you about some things. This is the Nautilus. Yeah. That I was telling you about. He can do missions for me. What he kind of does is he can pull enemies together with cordon. Then with like, he's got a bunch of combos that he does. So Contagious Spawn is going to spread your status effects. And that's going to kill a lot of stuff on its own. Momentous is if he kills, or if he or I kill an Eximus, he's going to get extra damage, which is going to, like, these two are going to bounce off of each other. Fired Up is going to make sure he can basically kill anything with heat. With Deconstruct, he's going to be giving me health orbs, which I'm going to be turning into energy. And then Manifold, anytime he kills something that has 3 status effects on it, it's going to shorten the cooldown on him bringing enemies together. Okay, and then Tenacious, which is this build here, just means that if he has a crit chance of 50 or more, it gives me more crit damage. So I have other ones, like this one here, where instead of having Tenacious, there'll be 3 of him. Okay, that as I use energy, I'll get more of him. So more of these things go off. Also with Duplex, his clones, the enemies that they do damage to, will be giving me energy orbs. So I get energy and health orbs, so it's infinite energy. So I have these 2 builds. Do I need more crit, or do I want more of him? And then for his weapon, which I was telling you, the Verglass, it is not a crit weapon by itself, but I have a Riven that gives it enough crit to get over that 50% to trigger the Tenacious. So I don't have to switch off his weapon. And then I have it to where it has 3 status effects. Because it fires 25 times a second, and there's 2 rounds that it's firing on average per time, it's more like it fires 50-ish rounds a second. Because of that, it also has a 2-meter punch through, so I can hit multiple enemies. And it's 24 meter range. Right? It can do enough hits on enemies in that second. Let's say about 40, 45 hits in a second to get at least these 3 status effects. Since it has, you know, 79% of those are going to apply a status effects. So if it can get these 3 on the enemies, then when the enemy dies, it's going to reset its, like, sucking in the enemy's effect. So it's going to pull the enemies into a group. It's going to shoot through them, hitting multiples of them, right, because of the punch through on its beam. And then when they die, it's going to spread those status effects. Yeah, it is his actual weapon. So yeah, you get that weapon when you get him. So yeah, it's like, oh, okay. That is the weapon you get for him. So yeah, it's kind of awesome. You don't have to build it this way. You can just go with a pure status effect. I like having the crit on a bunch of my Warframes. So that's why I have it like this. It's not the default build with them. The default build with them would be something I don't have on because I've converted all my builds over to be this crit build. So you wouldn't have the crit. You wouldn't have the crit like mods, but everything else would be pretty much normal attack speed, status effects, lots of elements. Search Verglass online. You'll see 1,000 people going, "Oh my god, it's so amazing," and show you various builds that will work. But like I said, you always want to improve the builds that you see to fit what you want to do, which is like this one. And if I'm going to let him play the mission for me, I'm probably not going to be using energy, so I don't really need to do the duplex to have multiples of them. So I'm probably just going to go with the one that gives me more, like, it kind of depends. Like, okay, so this one I can use and just show you him, like, solo a mission. Like, I'm going to go to, like, one of the highest level missions I can think of. Oh, wait. I just modified my Vauban build. That's dumb. Okay, Vauban does need the duplicate, and Vauban would go with the heat crit. This one with the crit was what you're looking for? Yeah, that's really what you would want, but you need a Riven for it because you're not going to get over 50 for full crit dual tox. Let's see. Depends on which tox you mean. Like I think of the tox assist when I see that. So this is like one of my weapons. Oh, I just messed up my Vauban build again. I gotta quit doing that. I gotta get off Vauban. Let's go back to this one, and then let's go to what's his name? I'm bad at remembering names. Dante, D-A-N. And let's go with a better weapon, Bonk Prime. Alright, so
I'd love to paint a mural of you out there on the streets. Drifter, facing off against a bloody great horror.
Moon. This is usually where I'll test things. Is like it's the survival, so it's 180 to 200 to start with. Let me take one of my cough pills. I recently learned I had pneumonia. Okay. So it's basically just going to be him, and what I'm going to do is I'm just going to be casting oh, wrong one. I'm going to be doing the Overguard. That's the ability I'm going to do. I'm going to let him do all the damage now. We're going to give him a moment. Okay. Oh, they took my weapon. Shame on you.
The Oregon Neural Sentry
Okay.
is attempting to purge you from this place. Stand by for life support.
He's got to actually kill a guy now. Oh, no. Okay, he started killing them. Okay. Now let's get the Overguard going. So all I'm doing is giving us Overguard. I didn't put on the version where there's multiples of them because I switched for, you know, areas. So I only have the one right now instead of having 3. But all I'm doing now is being invincible. I'm just letting the one do the mission now. I went up against a guy that gives me like a magnetic proc. Come on, focus on the group. And you see how it's like a chain reaction of like spreading down the hallway when one of the guys dies and it spreads. Oops, I didn't need to do that. Oh, fire guy. Hey, you want to shoot at the fire guy? Okay, good. You grouped them all. And one dies, it spreads. Now you see the fire guy's covered in a bunch of like status effects. They all die. He's going to group a bunch more guys here. Again, if I had the 3 of them, this would be going so much faster because I'm actually casting abilities to keep the overguard up. But whatever, I forgot to equip it. And I'm not even using Roar. Like if I put Roar on, now he's got extra damage and he's even faster at killing them. And the 3 clones of him are invincible, so you don't even have to worry about them. I'm just making sure that he doesn't get downtime. And without having like the whole like more drops thing, I still don't like need life support. I'm at like 92% life support. I'm gonna move around though because there's a Jade Light Eximus targeting me somewhere. Where is this Jade Light Eximus? Hello? I guess he killed him. Oh, there he is. Okay. Jade Light Eximus is dead. But this is what I mean by, like, the Sentinel can do the mission for me. I've got 3 minutes left, I'm sorry. I can bounce from the mission, because you see what I mean. These guys are Steel Path level 200s. Yeah. That's what I was doing in the mission that I played with you. My Necros is pretty much unkillable. And what I did was I called out a Dante Spectre. So in that mission, what I did was I did this. So there's my Dante Spectre. So I was letting him keep the Overguard up. I never shot anything, I never attacked anything, and just let him cast the Overguard. And I was just kind of standing there doing desecration for the rest of the team so that we wouldn't run out of life support. And with that, my Sentinel did 19% of the damage. The Kame was the only one that did more damage than me in that mission. And I mean, Kame does good damage. So I was like, yeah. And they were probably running the Sickening Pulse build because it just multiplies the amount of damage you do. Like, why wouldn't you, you know, if you have access to it? My Sentinels I can bring in are Dante to give any mission I'm on Overguard, Protea to give infinite energy, and Fire Guns, and Wisp to have health regen and healing. Oh no, it's just my average everyday Dante build. This is what I take on like every mission for Dante. It's a good overall Dante build. Let me kill these guys real quick. Really? Where? There he is. So normally I would buff up my team. Okay, now I'm buffed. And then I would like do this. You rotate in a circle with Dante, and then so it's 3, 3, and then 4. And it just kind of kills everything. So you rotate in a circle because when you're drawing the lines, anything that they pass over gets the stack on them. And then when you hit your 4, anything that has a stack on them takes the damage. So you can just circle real fast while you're drawing them and stack everything in 360 degrees around you. So it's kind of like Mesa, but faster and better. So you just do this and then you nuke everything. Roar is going to increase the slash procs, so you do more damage, and then you nuke everything. And this is basically how you Dante. It's like, oh no, my overguard's gone. Hit that one twice. 2 more times. And so it's a 2, 2, 4. Okay. Overguard is almost, well, one more time and I'll be full. Okay. And then it's like, let's kill everything again. And then murder groups of enemies. And this is how I just nuke, like, as Dante. But, like I said, I don't have to because my Sentinel can do the mission for me. But I can also, like... slam. I have my slam build on, so... If I, okay, I'm at a 5 times. Let me get up to a 6 times so I can incarnate this thing. There we go, incarnate mode. Okay. So now you'll see, several million usually per slam. 26 million fire on that guy. I can just go around like murdering everything with this. So there's various options. I could incarnate my like main weapon if I'd want to. I don't like aiming at things, so I don't usually incarnate this unless I have to. And then, hold on, I want my buffs. Okay, that gives me extra shots. This gives me my birds. Okay, now let's murder. It works. Hey, I should leave. This mission should be over. And we can actually go over stuff. Down here. I just originally just came here to show you that the Sentinel itself is a good one. Depends on the purpose you need it. I use him for damage. Yeah, Magistar is very good. I use it's my Bonk Prime. I use the Sancti Magistar 90% of the time. And then I use the regular Magistar because it's a better stat stick than the Sancti Magistar. So it's my stat stick on a couple frames. But the Sancti is a better actual like bonk slam weapon. They're both they're both like very, very good. The reason why the regular Magistar is a better stat stick is because of what the bonuses do. Like this gives you 20 plus 20 base damage, and this gives you plus 12 base critical and plus 0.2 base critical multiplier. And if you swap over to the regular Magistar, this gives you plus 100 base damage, and this gives you plus 16 base critical and plus 1 base critical multiplier. So these are improved from 12 to 16 and plus point something to point like to a whole 1. And this is from 20 to 100. And that's going to affect your like whip on Korra, you know, because it's bases. And then you can still the Magistar has a 5-star Riven disposition, where the Sancti has like a 4 point something. So it's better on the, this is a better stat stick. So they both hit fabulously hard. And they have the largest radius on their slam in the game. So they hit the largest area. They don't have the highest damage, but they hit the largest area. They don't have the coolest tricks, but they hit the largest area. Like the trick with the Sancti, the Bonk Prime, is that it heals you and everybody else in the area for 15-meter radius. So that's pretty cool. And 5% of, you know, 500 million damage is more health than I have. So it's a full heal every time I hit something. So that's cool. That's all I need. And 20% status effect resistance. That's just cherry on the cake. Yeah, just cherry on the cake. I take, you know, I'm more resistant to status effects. I'm like, that's why I use this one. Yeah, you don't have new Locust standing. You can always like get, it is tradable, so you can like get one from somebody. So there is that. For me, like, they're one of my syndicates. I keep these 3. I need to go run some missions with them because they're low right now. Either one works. You'll get another one in 6 weeks or so. You'll have a chance at the other one. So it gives you time, you know. Keep doing that one. I need to do this. Mobile defense. Did you have any like questions or wanted to see anything? Like weapon or frame or build or wise or something? Like with that Kome build earlier, there's a lot of stuff in it that isn't really necessary. Like you asked about the Summoner's Wrath. This works like a hate mod for your weapon. This works like one of the Corpus, like a smite mod. It works like a faction mod does, but it works for all factions. So the faction mods triple dip damage, the way that they apply the damage bonus to things. That's why I say this works like Roar, because Roar and the faction mods, the way that they apply your damage bonuses get like applied 3 different times. So, and this works that way, but it's not for a specific faction. It's only for your summons and your companions. So it's only for your pets and your summons. And your summons are a weird set. It's not like your Sentinel, or it's not like your words. Not like the guys that you call them with the balls. It's like things like Necros's minions that they bring in. Sorry, somebody sent a message. All right. It's like Caliban's ability. It's the people that are created by abilities. That's your summons. So Caliban's guys, Necros's guys, and the pets. And since it works for those, like, that's why I'm like, it makes my guy better. And it's like, what else could I put on here to make it better? I mean, you could use the one that when you're shot, when you shoot something and you put a status effect on it, you get 25 more or 24 more hours. I just don't like shooting stuff. I don't have to, so I don't like to set that one off and then have to pay enough attention to do that. You know, because I'm going to be using my abilities. I'm going to use this one and then hit a thing and it die. I'm going to use this one and then hit this and everything dies. I don't want to have to like, oh wait, I got to shoot some stuff and then hit this and then I have to shoot some more stuff and then hit this. It's just like, that's too much effort. I want brain dead builds to where I can like do more than half of the damage in the mission, usually, if I'm challenging myself while I'm listening to a YouTube video.
Maybe a message written on a wall.
And I'm talking to somebody in chat, you know, while I'm paying attention to a League of Legends, like somebody playing their League of Legends game on a stream or something, you know. I want to be half paying attention. I don't want to be like hardcore, like having to like keep track of everything. So that's why I'm like, customize the things to how you like to play. Right? Some people want to be all in. I know people that they want a whiz build that does 2,300 hit points. Like when you step into the circle, you gain 2,300 hit points. You're recovering 230 hit points a second. But to do that, you've got to do a rain dance. Like before you cast an ability, you've got to do 7 actions before everything that you do. Like, it's crazy. You like the pew pew? Yeah. I was talking to Jinx a little bit ago about somebody I met that had some really cool pew pews that I never played with. So I'm like, I might have to try some of those. And I like meeting people that have different builds and different styles of play so that I can try things out. And like, I try out different builds. I improve on them. Like I saw one a week or so ago for Volt. And it's where you call in a whole bunch of pets. I made an improved version with more pets. Is it good? No. Is it bad? No. Is it fun? Kinda. It's interesting. It kills stuff. Can Volt do better? Yes. You know, the original person who posted the build, because it's a meme build, it's a bunch of fast moving pets that kill everything for you. But it's not like I can kill them faster without the pets. I can kill them faster just by like meleeing them or shooting them. You don't need to have 11 cats and dogs and robots running around. Well, you can always challenge yourself, you know. I congratulated somebody earlier. It's not in here anymore. But we both finished the mission without dealing any damage or without taking any damage. And I had to give them the congratulations. Because I was on Limbo. Super easy not to take any damage on Limbo. But they were on Mag. And I'm like, dude, that's impressive. It's a rescue mission. So it's run in, get the guy, get out. And I do it on Limbo all the time. It's my challenge. Peacefully rescue the guy. Don't kill anyone. Don't take any damage. But they did it on Mag. And I'm like, wow. Just a random person. Made it through the mission without taking any damage. I'm like, good job. So that's one way you can make it harder. Like, you can also, have you gotten these guys yet? Like their icons? So to get these icons, you have to fight the secret tank boss. So you have to go to the tank fight stage. You have to go on solo or friends only without anybody else coming with you. You have to go as one of their frames. So to get like Volt, you have to go as Volt, right? To get Trinity, you have to go as Trinity. And then you have to increase the difficulty level in the stage twice to the highest difficulty it can be on. That'll summon the secret boss. Okay. And then you have to fight the secret boss. And he is just continuous back-to-back nonsense. And if you can beat him, you get these. No, you just get the icon that proves that you, with the little red thing in the corner. So you get the high quality icon for your this up here, the glyph. And it proves that you were able to beat him solo on those frames. And it's a nonsense battle. Basically, he splooges like the whole time. And if you step in the splooge, it turns off all of your abilities. It's like a big nullifier area. Meanwhile, there's like gas balloons making big areas of gas damage, which will straight up kill you. And there is no revives. If you die, you're basically over. There's like sniper like balloons all around the area too. And he's a tank, not a tank as in like, I'm tough. No, it's literally like a giant Sherman tank with cannons and machine guns and all sorts of other stuff. And just constant nonsense. And then it becomes infested. And it's not like just a health sponge, but it's an actual fun fight. I have to say. It's a bunch of nonsense, but it was fun. So there are things to do. But I get about like 2 to 3 hours a day just hanging out, chilling with people and going over stuff. And then you can always date people. You know. For whatever that's worth. And then I like some of the other things that are kind of snuck in here and there. Like this Volt. You haven't really touched this? Do you mind if I pseudo spoil some of the story? Not really a spoiler. Okay, so this is Volt. One of the things that you learn is that Volt is like who he was, and he was an engineer at a nuclear power plant. Okay? Where all of the rest of the people are like soldiers and like medics and people in the army. Like one person is like in the motor pool, one person is a sniper, one person is just like a regular like sergeant, you know. One person is like a war reporter, right? They're not necessarily in the army, but they're like they've been in battlefields a lot and have seen lots of like that sort of thing. So they're all like hardened people, except for Volt. Volt's never been a part of that. He's just a citizen of this country working in a nuclear power plant, right? So once you get into his story, you learn that shit goes down. And all of a sudden, he's surrounded by carnage. right? So he has not just like PTSD, like I guess he does, but he is like dealing with the fact that right now he basically sees dead people, right? Like he closes his eyes and he sees the faces of the people like that he has to kill, right? So he has those emotional breakdowns. He's just a dude. He's a nerd. He's a video game like player, right? So I like this juxtaposition. One of Volt's best skins is this right here. This guy came out like last year. Really cool looking, right? This like Oni demon kind of thing. Well, if you the Raijin, right? Or however that's pronounced. I don't speak the Japanese or Chinese or whatever language that is. So if you pair them up, right? Then you have Volt here and what he feels about himself. As in, he tries to run away. He struggles with his mentality, runs away, but in reality, he never got anywhere. And this is what he feels of himself on the inside. This is what he thinks of himself. A monster. A demon. A killer. Right? A murderer. Someone who takes the lives of others. And then you have the reality of the situation. The thing he's been turned into. So it's an interesting juxtaposition that's kind of available, kind of hidden in the game. That they added that so recently. So it's kind of nice if you're one of the people that ever cared about any of the lore of the stuff, that they gave a lot more into the things. Alright. Enough of that. What's your favorite frame? Wait, I can probably find out. Let's see. Frost. Yeah. Nice. I recently have built a build on him that's... I'll go with my good build and then the meme build. Oh, Revenant's very good. Ooh, Protea is overpowered. This is my good build. So this is my like normal. I use it everywhere. It's very good. We've got Thermal Sunder, which lets you do cold. So ice, fire, and blast damage. It lets you freeze people solid. It lets you set them on fire. It lets you knock them down. It gives you lots of like options. Okay. It leaves an area on the ground so you can just place it where you want it. You can move it around with you. It lets you go through the board like exterminates and just kill people over and over again on repeat. And it gives you the option of not just always doing cold damage. I don't care about like his one to pop the bubble of your snow globe. People can shoot through your snow globes. Like players can, so they don't matter to me. Like, I'll just put them where I want them. I don't care about blowing them up for the extra damage, right? I don't care. It's kind of minimal. I'm going to do way more damage with this one. I do like having the Ice Wave because it has a bigger range. And it does cold damage. I like that. I like to be able to reach people way out in front of me. I like stacking cold damage. I like that because Biting Frost and things here will give me critical chance and critical damage. Snow Globe, always useful. And then Avalanche. Avalanche is going to give us lots of Overguard. So this is going to scale up off of the Molt Augment and the Ice Storm. Ice Storm, I'm going to gain ability strength and duration. Stacks up to 20 times, so 40 ability strength and 40 ability duration for 15 seconds. So with the 60 from here and the 40 from here, this is 100 extra strength. And that takes me up to 269 strength on this build. So pretty decent. The ult, by the way, the Avalanche has 269 plus an additional 90. So that is 359 power strength for the ult. So it does a lot of damage and gives a lot of overguard. Okay. He's very, very strong. Really like this. Archon Flow causes extra orbs to drop. Link that one? Can do. Let's see. I think I'm already in the message with you, so I'll send you this one. And then, of course, you know, since you have 200% critical chance against anybody that's frozen and critical damage, you're murdering everything. The Ice Arcane is kind of nice. It's from the new area, so you can buy it from Eleanor. So just turn in your points every day, and you can buy some, and eventually you'll have it in a couple days. Like, do a couple missions every day, and then you can just straight up buy it. Now, this is the meme one. This one uses Parasitic Armor. I might swap it over the one. So the way Parasitic Armor works is it sacrifices your shield. So I end up with having, because it's at a 229%, I end up having over 5,000 armor. All right. Because I have 2,300 shields, and I get 229% as armor. I have over 5,000 armor. Armor affects your Icy Avalanche. Okay. So armor to overguard conversion, 64%. Because I have 5,000 armor, you convert over half of that as the amount of overguard you get. So per enemy, we get 2,000 something overguard per enemy that's hit by Icy Avalanche. Okay, because 64% of it is from, you know, armor to. Then the Icy Avalanche is also affected by power strength. This is 229. It's a lot. Basically, if there's a couple enemies around, like 5 or 6 of them, I hit the button and we get full overguard, like 50,000 overguard in one press of it. Everybody in my range. So this is a maximum. Also, since I have Arcane Battery, you gain 0.3 maximum energy per armor point, up to 1,000 energy. Okay, so I will have full 1,000 energy plus like 300 and something. So I have like 1,300 energy. Because of this and having 5,000 armor. All right, then it has the Ice Storm. So it increases my duration because I'm going to be setting everybody on, freezing them. Of course, both of these builds completely remove their, has over 100% armor reduction for the enemies. Biting Frost, Icy Avalanche, Precision Intensify again to boost this up by an additional, 319% on the ulti. Yeah, I mean, works pretty well. The only downside is you want a Sentinel. I need to customize a Sentinel for this. I need to build a specific Frost build. Okay, so let me explain. This guy has nothing to benefit my shields on my Frost. Okay, does great damage. So you want a different kind of Sentinel. So let's see. I might... Anybody will work. Jin, come here. Okay. So there are mods like Shield Charger. Increase Warframe max shields and shield regeneration by 60%. You have to understand, when the thing that sacrifices your shields goes away, you're going to have to use it again to get your armor back. Okay? But your shields are going to be at 0. So they're going to have to count back up to 2,000. And you have nothing to help with this. So what you want is, that's for the Sentinel. This one, which will increase your shield regeneration by 60%. And you want Reinforce Spawn? Nope. Guardian, I think it is. You got Guardian on. Guardian. Boost owner shields by 100% when it runs out. Okay, so that when your shields go to come back and they're 0, this should reset your shields to 100%. Okay, because it can't do it while the ability is running. But as soon as that ability goes off, it should fill yours up sometimes, unless it's still on cooldown, right? Depends on how long the ability is. So occasionally... So as long as you have this one and this one on, so you'll want one running these two mods for a Sentinel to increase that regen. And then what else? It doesn't matter. But I haven't gotten around to building a one. I'm probably going to use Worm Prime. Why? For? No. WYRM. I can't spell. I'm probably going to use this one. Because... that's my Verglass. Why am I dumb? Because he's already got Guardian. He doesn't really have to have big shields himself. Because on... Yeah, he doesn't have a B build, so let's just duplicate this and call the other one Frost. Okay, I need a wiki article. Other bookmarks. Oh, don't tell me I didn't bookmark that. I didn't bookmark that. That sucks. No, I did bookmark it. Yay! I need cold find. Here we go. Edit names. Here we go. Now we have a nice looking build for B. So I'll remember that it's for Frost. Okay, Guardian. Man, it's a little fired up. Contagious. Yes, I don't need this one. Negate is really useful. Everything else is. You're just not going to have any shields, bro. Okay. I need shield charger. Manifold go over there. Shield charger go up there. Salt mode go there. Perfect. Okay. So now that's the frost build. So he will negate status effects every 5-ish seconds. If he kills somebody with 3 status effects, it will reset that. It'll also reduce the cooldowns on these. So if they're down, they're getting, if I'm killing people, they're getting their timers shortened as well. But the most important one is going to be negate, because it's in the front of the list. Because I want him to prevent status effects as much as possible, because it's really good. Yeah. Okay. And then he's got the Verglass because it's real good. This is how my brain works. Basically what happens is when your shield is recharging, you put up your frost bubble. You just hit that and wait. A lot of them are like that. Like you're using, you're in game right now, right? Yeah, I'll show you some stuff. We'll go smash some crash test dummies.
True hunter. Where would the sanctuary be without you?
There's 3 strong crash test dummies that I have. We're going to go smack them around a bit. We'll start off with the weakest. Failed? Okay, hold on. I'm not seeing the little message come up. Can you go to like a relay and then go back to your ship? If you've been sitting there a while, the game might think you're AFK and it's not sending you the message. I just loaded into a zone, so it should have a... Hey, there we go. That worked. So, you're like, the game's too easy? I'll show you some hard guys. Okay. Welcome. Grab your strongest shiz. So, I'm going to skip the easy guys, and we're going to go straight to some that will give you a challenge. These are beatable, but they're tough. Oh wait, hold on. Their AI is on. Okay, let's do that again. We don't need AI. No AI for them. While we're at it, let me give you some armor. Here you go. 51,674 in one ability cast. Well, 2. Hey, stop it. My sentinel started setting them on fire. So these guys have 99.9% damage reduction on their shield. Once you get their shield down, they only have 90% damage reduction on their health. So once you get their shield down, they'll take damage. Until then, they're only... It's not attenuation. It's just damage reduction of 99.9%. Yeah, and they have a big shield. Yes. It does not regenerate, though. So there's once you do damage to their shield, it does not come back. So that's the nice thing. Their shield does not recharge. Hey, there you go. That's some damage. And toast. And toast. As soon as that shield goes down, it's like, dead. I thought I switched frames. Did I not? Oh, it's just lag. Okay. I'm going to swap up. I'm going to kill him and bring in some more. Kill enemies. Bring in some more. Now, I'm going to gather them together with Nautilus. All right, come on. If I had, like, Korra's whip, it would be quicker and easier, but I don't, so I'm just going to use Nautilus to gather them together. Okay, cool. Here they now they're together. Watch this. This is Protea, because Protea is stupid. Watch this. That's how dumb Protea is. Yeah. You don't ever want to get into a cluster if there's a Protea on the map. You never want to ball up. Like they are right now. Oh, good job, by the way. That was quick. I made some more for you. It's like, Protea will kill you if you cluster. I moved up too far, but it's okay. Okay, let's upgrade to the next ones, which these are just assholes. So we went from tough to asshole. Sure. It's not anything like extra crazy either. This is a pretty easy one to do. Yeah, it's the behemoths, the juggernaut behemoths. They're assholes. Okay, so this is Protea. I can send it to you, but you won't be able to look at it in your thing until we leave here. So this is my armor strip build. Very useful. It has Tempest Barrage here. And since I have Viral Tempest, it will do viral damage plus corrosive damage. And because I have green shards, it can 100% armor strip. And I can do this as many times as I want to. You can have this out like as much as you want. When I have Dispensary, I have Infinite Energy and then Blaze Artillery and then the Grenade Fans for Infinite Shields and Slash Procs. So all together, very destructive. With Brief Respite, if my shields go down, I'm spamming abilities so they're back up. Infinite Energy, decent range, and Molt Augmented Arcane Aegis for more shields. Yeah, the 4 skill is... I hate the 4. I never liked it. That's the first thing I get rid of. I have a friend that loves it, and I'm like, you're sick in the brain. Just my opinion. I could be wrong. Okay. And excuse me, I only have 1 green shard. Now that I look at it again, I don't have 2. I have 1. But it's fine. Yeah, you Echo main on Lee because you don't like it here. Yeah, see, Echo's is more useful. Like, it stuns, it gives you shields, like, you can plan it better. Like, well, I mean, the ability itself does it, but you can plan things because you have an ability to give you shields. It's just like, it's more useful. Like, your ability to stun them, like, you could just be more like creative and useful as Echo. Now, again, what you want to do with the Behemoths is pull them together like that, and then target them when they're in a group. And then you'll popcorn the little bastards. Yeah. Well, as like I said, they're just terrible in general. And the more that you can get stuck in one spot, the more, you know, you can get. Oop, that's the wrong one. Here we go, we got him. Oh, we didn't get these back here. Crap. Yeah, the trick with making her really overpowered is to group the enemies together. Because if you can't group them, then you're not going to get the big multipliers. Like, just having one of them here, it's like, oh, that's rough. But it's still dead. We'll get them eventually. Now, if you want to see the next challenge... These aren't worse than the behemoths. They're just, like, dealing with the new stuff. Usually with the behemoths, I have a build for Protea where I use the Korra's whip that pulls them together. It works pretty well. See, these guys are just assholes. I think we killed one of them. Sounds like two of them died. It takes several rounds on them. Easy. It's a bit easier now that they've died one time. Once the first one dies, it'll spread the status effects from my Sentinel. And it'll wipe out the rest of them. That's what usually happens. As soon as the first one dies, the status effects spread and takes the rest of them out. That Sentinel ability is powerful. But it is one of those, like... Protea is a bit broken, honestly. Just being able to be like, oh yeah, I need shields. I was like, okay, now we have, like, a ton of overshields. That's why I'm like, I skipped them. Like, like, I have, like, non-legit, used to be the strongest Grineer in the game, like, guys. But after they nerfed armor, they're so weak in comparison. Yeah, it's just like... They're dead so fast. It's like, did they even exist to begin with? It's just like, oh, that's so sad. Like, everything kills them so quick now. It's just like, do we even consider those enemies anymore? It's like, now if you need something that's a challenge, you got to go for... I think it's these guys. The Matmas. Nope, not those guys. Dang it, wrong ones. Never remember what these guys are called. Nope, not them. It's the Dedicants. The Dedicants, that's right. And even these guys aren't going to be that tough. But they're better. And he's dead. And another one bites the dust. And now they're all dead. At least they lasted longer than the previous guys. doesn't help. Remember the whole, like, if an Eximus dies, my Sentinel gains an element. Yeah, so all of those were Eximus, so he just gained a 20 extra elements. So he has like every element in the game. So now it's just they'll die super fast. No, he only has 3 right now. I waited long enough for it to reset. And now they spread. And now they spread again. And again. And now it starts to just rickrolling on them. But in lots of missions where there's lots of, you know, these guys, it does get like that. It becomes to the point to where it's just stupid. They were talking about in the dev short today that there's a lot of Eximuses spawning in missions, and they don't know if they're gonna, like, they think they might like it, and I'm like, I love it. Please keep the high amount of Eximuses spawning, because it keeps triggering this and makes my Sentinel more and more powerful. They're like, we're not sure if we're gonna change that. I'm like, yes, please keep it. It gives me in shards, you know. I don't mind any of the Eximuses. Leave them all. Keep them. I'm fine with them all. I'll go back to the Behemoth since he's like one of the tougher ones. But like, if you have something that can kill a Behemoth fast, then it's like, you know, you've got a good build. Like for me, my quickest is my like Mirage. Like this is my like strongest build. This is the one I usually use if I want to zero out my teammates. And I haven't changed yet. A little bit laggy. Here we go. All right. So this is what it does. It one taps pretty much anything in the game. Turns them into popcorn. Remember that Magistar we were talking about? Yeah. So, here's the way that this works. First of all, I don't have one Magistar. I have 5. So if you come over here, notice the number of holes on the ground. There are 5. Okay? So I don't just have one Magistar. I've got 5 of them. Next, I'm boosting with... oh yeah, now I have even more of a boost. So that's just silly. I missed the ones down here because I was at a higher level. But... so in addition to having 5 of them and boosting twice, I'll go over what those boosts do. Okay. So first of all, Hall of Mirrors. Okay. My doppelgangers do 67% damage, right? And anytime I kill an enemy, they get 5% damage increase. So there's full damage on me, 67% damage on each one of them, but there are 5 of them, so that's 120% damage, you know, whatever. Or there's 4 of them, so there's whatever. There's 4 of them at 67% damage. They get a 5% increase every time I kill an enemy, and I can kill lots of enemies fast, so that stacks up. It's doing like 200% damage at the end of everything, right? Before the ability runs out in 46 seconds, right? So that stacks up and keeps stacking up. Nourish. Nourish is giving me a damage increase of another 67% on top of it as... because I think the damage increase of 151%... No, it's 151% as... I can never remember which one is the one that does the area around me when somebody attacks me as... Or I think it's 67. I get 67% extra as... No, the explosion... I don't know. I can never remember how Nourish works, but it's like damage of 67%, damage increase 151%. So those are the 2 damages that this does. Either way, I get a bunch of damage from Nourish. We know Nourish gives you lots of damage. It's great. Okay? It's going to add viral damage to my weapons. Okay? There. I think I get 67 just increase across the board and 151% as viral onto my weapons. I think that's the way it flipping works. It's something like that. Whatever. Eclipse. I get a damage increase of 674%. Process that. My damage goes up by 674%. Not 64. Not 100 and something extra, you know, elemental damage. All of my damages go up by 674%. Like, damn. If we look at the weapon, without those bonuses, it's already slamming for 63,000 damage. It just normally slams the ground for 63,000 damage. But it's got a base crit chance right now of 200%. But because I'm doing heavy attack, right, I'm going to double that. So it's going to be guaranteed red crits every time with exclamation marks. Its crit multiplier is 12 times. It's a red crit, so that's multiplied by 4. So it's actually 48 times the damage. And remember, this damage here is 63,000. That's without the 600%. That's without the 150% more viral. Without the 63% more. That's without the... There is 5 of them. 4 of them at 60-some% damage. Okay. Not to mention, I just used 4 abilities, so melee exposure is going off, increasing the damage by 60% for each one of these abilities for the next 25 seconds. This thing is stupid. And it always has a 6 times combo multiplier because Galvanized Reflex in its own bonus that once I get it up to 6, as soon as it runs out, it screams because it's ready to incarnate again. So as soon as the Carnan wears off, it automatically reincarnates on the next attack. Nerf Torrid. I mean, the Torrid's good, but it's also the reason why I disguise what weapon I'm using with Bonk Prime and a skin. So I have it skinned so people can't tell what weapon I'm using because I don't want everybody knowing. Like when I run this frame, I have my weapons TTV Aurelius, TTV Aurelius, and Bonk Prime. So that at the end of the mission, if somebody goes, okay, how come I did 0 damage? I have 800 kills, and that Aurelius guy did 100% of the damage on the mission, and he only killed 100 guys. Is he cheating? What weapons is he using? And I don't want them to see it off the back, just by going up here and looking at this. I want it to be TTV Aurelius, Bonk Prime, right? I want them to have to come to the stream and find out how I zeroed out their damage when they have 8 times more kills than me in the mission. And I just like bonked 100 things. But I did so much more damage than them that the calculation said they didn't do anything. It's not even 100 million. Like, let me show you like a normal enemy in a mission, right? Let's just bring in like the where's the infested group? And let's go to like a normal like mission. Let's say 67 or so, right? 67 level. The normal group, right? So this would be not quite, the steel path, but this is like a high level mission, right? Let me get my... Okay. I've just got a 6 times combo count. I don't even have the 12. 258 million damage on most of those enemies. Okay. So the average I did there was 258 million damage. $507 million damage. $500 million damage. If I'm on a lot of missions, I'll hit negative numbers because I'll break damage cap. I'll do over 2.5 billion damage on a status effect hit. The status effect on this isn't great. So if I get the right status effect, like I got the corrosive. This has fire on it, right? So if I get, none of those were status effects, but if I get the fire off on one of these guys, I can go over status cap and get negative numbers. Most of those were like 30 and 90s. The Ancient Healer really saved them there by reducing their damage. But you get the... Oh, and I didn't have my buffs up. The problem is my buffs give me the corrosive bonus too, so... But that's 520 million damage, like on average for each of those guys. But you get the idea. And if there's somebody like on a Nova, which is going to double that, or if there's somebody with a Roar, yeah, I can easily go over damage cap. I have a lot of missions where I'm just running around randomly, and it's just like negative 2.4 billion damage. It's like, okay, yeah, I broke damage cap. I just happened to hit somebody with what they were weak to effectively, and it was like, oh, that's enough of a bonus. Let's see. Let's do the Grenier battle group. They don't have any of the... I think the corrosive will work on them. They have armor. Kind of forgot about that. I got 318 million on them. But you get the idea. But that's the Magistar that you're building, basically. It is ridiculously good as a melee weapon. And you can do some crazy things with it. It's what I run on most of my... Oh. Textures are broken. I think we've been here for a while. My frost looks weird. Is there anything that you wanted to see in particular? It's a lot. Yeah. That is true. Star and Dante are both really good. Dante's very strong. He's very fun. One of the reasons why I like this game, since it's always like, there's a Moist Critical YouTuber, streamer guy. He put it as, somebody asked him what's the best free game, and he said Warframe. It's the single best free-to-play game of all time, and it's infinite content. Those are his words. And for me, I've always liked it because it's always like changing. Like I'm playing Path of Exile right now. I'm playing Baldur's Gate 3 with my wife. I have a D&D game. I have seems like I have a friend that likes to hang out in VR chat, which I can't stream because there's too many like turn around and suddenly there's ass in your face and you turn back around and all of a sudden there's Jigglypuffs in front of you, not the Pokemon. But there's just too much like being flashed all the time, and I'm like, I can't put that on stream. I get my YouTube channel will be closed. Nice. Oh, not nice. I'm sorry. Our DM is trying in ours. We almost took down a black dragon, and then it was just a series of BS nonsense, and we did not. We ended up losing our bag of holding and all of our like money. It was me and the barbarian in like acid water, like fighting this black dragon underneath the water. The rest of the party was up above, not helping a whole lot. And we almost took it down, and it escaped. It had to run from our asses. And then the DM called in an army, basically, and a spellcaster. We're like level 9, right? And this spellcaster cast level 8 Dispel on a simulacrum. And it just knew that they were a simulacrum, which could be dispelled by level 7 Dispel. But this one can't be because it was created by the Wish spell. So it's treated as a level 8 spell, and they just knew this caster. They could just tell. So they cast the exact right level spell, and they could cast a level 8 fucking spell, and we are level 9 and can't cast anything like that. Level 5. And I'm like, this is some bullshit nonsense. And he brought in like a platoon of soldiers. There was like 15 of the motherfuckers, plus this caster. I'm like, we're being railroaded here. Yeah, we already had our own. We had 2 dragons on our side, by the way, in this fight. It was so I'm beholden to a dragon. I have to like do quests for him because I owe him a favor. So he had come with us. He's a silver dragon, and I'm a druid, level 5. I can summon a dragon spirit. So there was my dragon spirit plus an actual dragon against this black dragon, right? So we were winning. And the game was like, no, I don't want you to win this fight. And we were like, we should be winning. Fine. And it was just a druid and a barbarian that was doing it. Yeah, and until they didn't want us to. Our rolls were doing great. The game and the dice were on our side. Dan was like, this is my campaign. I'm in charge of this story. Hmm. Ah, well, that's probably the reason why I hadn't heard of it. I only know one person who speaks any Portuguese, and they live in Curacao. And I don't speak I don't speak Portuguese. Ah, well, that makes sense. Brazil. So you play Mordekaiser. wait. Sorry. Giving me money. Sorry. I don't know if you ever seen the Why We Hate Mordekaiser. But that's the first thing that came to my mind. Mordor is your neighborhood. Oh Lord, I'll be in trouble. Have you ever seen that one? The Why We Hate Mordekaiser? Old YouTube series. Yeah, nice. Okay, cool. Giving me money, please. Brazil. wait. God, that used to make me laugh. Still makes me laugh. What am I saying? I'm a Teemo main, so you know I'm a horrible person. Yeah. That's the thing is he always takes you to Brazil on his ult. But you can tell I'm a terrible person because I play Teemo. Yeah. I have a friend. She does tech support in. Oh, I'm forgetting what country she's from. She's another South American country, but I don't remember which one off the top of my head right now. She works entirely too much doing tech support. They take advantage of her. It's kind of exploitative, honestly. But she's just like, that's how it is. And my brain, I'm bad at names and stuff, and I, for the life of me, can't remember which one she's in. I haven't spoken to her in like 7 months too. She's really cool though. She plays this whenever she gets time. She is 2B. She's a furry. I know too many people all around the world. Like, I don't know the people personally, you know. I know of people, I guess you would say. I've just met being a streamer. Yeah, anyway. Like I said, I don't know her personally. I've just met online playing video games. Well, someday when this campaign ends, I might get a chance to play it. Recently been invited to a Minecraft server and was like, I ain't got time right now. And it was invited to... What other game was I invited to? Something else, because I told them the same thing. Ark Knights. Shark Drake wanted me to play Ark Knights, and I told him, I like tower defense, but trying to fit things in, because I already stream 3 nights a week. Yeah. Paranormal Order, I'm pretty sure. I can find a PDF on it. Oh, she likes terror. Yeah, the DM's a chick. She's a Lux main. She likes just, you know, being a pain in the ass to everybody. Yeah. She's ADD and likes tormenting everyone else. Ike most of the time. I play Janna when I support. You're more of Cancer? Yeah. She's the kind of to Lux mid kind of thing. I don't know. I haven't really played with her in a while, so maybe she does Lux support these days. I don't know. I'm really bad at the game. Like, the best I've ever been was Diamond. But you have to understand, I was Diamond, like, 6 years ago. Like, Diamond 6 years ago is Bronze now. Like, I tell people, like, my rank is Wood. I'm Wood 3. I'm Cardboard 5. I'm Cellophane 2. Yeah, wood is too high. Wood's a better material than my skill at the game. Like, my problem... Like, I don't ward enough. I don't last hit enough. Like, my god, I'm so bad at the game. I like to just be by myself and have a Yi try to come kill me. That's just where my, like, zen place is. Like, I'm just gonna mushroom my lane and, like, wait for, you know, Yi or any melee, like Yasuo or something. And then Yasuo's a little bit difficult if he's good with his wind wall, because he can eat my blind dart. But usually I get my blind dart off, and then I'm like, tee. And then I'm just going to kill Yi. Like, why would you try to gank a Teemo? You're silly. Alright. Yes, we are. Just gonna go in a bush and stand still. Yeah. I mean, they do have a global taunt. If I'm Teemo, I know that people are going to be coming for my throat. Because everybody hates Teemo. Over there laughing. Giggling like a maniacal maniac. Yeah. I mean, like, for me, I can go mine top lane, I can teleport bottom lane, mine that up, and then go mid and push. And it's just like, there's so much pressure, right? And then I'm laying mines behind me as I'm pushing mid, and that frees the team up to do whatever they want to, right? We can take objectives, because I can literally mine all the lanes and put pressure on all lanes. I usually just blind ward and kill him. I mean, he's going to do damage to me, right? But I can usually kill him. Arthur launches. Might check it out. But like, I played in like season 2 when everybody's like, you got to be an AD, Teemo. And I'm like, just because you don't understand what I'm doing doesn't mean I'm wrong. I had to tell so many people that when I played back then. Like, no, you don't. Teemo can be played anyway. And nowadays, AD is bad. Like, what, 16 or something now? 15 or 16? I don't know. Arthur snacks? And yes, I hardly ever stop parkouring. I haven't played much in the past couple years. Like, I might get on it occasionally. I still have it installed, but it's one of those, like, I have the same problem with League that I have with most other games. When do I have the time? Like, even right now, we're hanging out, and I still have, like, a couple missions I need to run, like, in this, to get my, like, some of my dailies done. And I usually just, like, you know, like, I could after this if somebody wants to play a game or so of League, but I am bad at League, especially these days, because my match history is like, the last game I played was like one game like 2-3 months ago, right? And I already told you, I'm not good at, like, prioritizing last hitting. I'm not good at, like, prioritizing warding well. Like, I know these things about me. And because I don't practice, I suck. Fuck jungle. I have never been good at jungle. I'd still have to practice. But they nerfed it? Wow. I watch two idiots play pretty much on a regular basis. It's Pekin Wolf and Ross Boomsocks. They are both idiots. But they are way better than me. I'm gonna leave the simulacrum so I can go do those missions. Pekin Wolf is like a challenger player. He's challenger on like 5 or 6 accounts. Something like that. He does a yearly climb to get it back, you know. I say he's an idiot just because, like, he tends to make the same judgment issues like over and over. Like you'll hear him in his videos be like, he's going up against like Aurelia, or he's going up against Master Yi, or he's going up against Yasuo or Yone, and they're starting to get out of hand, and they've gotten their Blade of the Ruined King, and he'll be like, yeah, somebody needs to do something about this and get some like, you know, Oblivion Orb, you know, they're just gaining so much life, I'm having trouble like killing them. Or he'll say in the beginning, well, you know, this character has a lot of life steal, or, you know, there's a Aatrox or something, you know. It's like, their life steal is going to get out of hand later on. Somebody's going to need to get, like, you know, grievous wounds. He'll never get it. And then he'll lose because nobody got grievous wounds. So he'll stay at the beginning of the game that 2 or 3 characters on the other team have like lots of lifesteal built in their kits, and that they'll get out of hand if nobody gets grievous wounds. And then he'll be on a character like Rise, or he'll be on a character like Burn Boy. What's his name? He's all fire. Brand, thank you. Yes. And he like doesn't get an Oblivion Orb. You can just pick one up. You don't even have to upgrade it into anything if you don't want to. But he like doesn't build it. He'll even mention. And then he can't kill the people because they just out heal him. I'm like, you know better. You mentioned it. You didn't do anything. And then you lose. Duh. You know, he's going up against a Mordekaiser, right? And he's having trouble, like, overcoming the shields. And I'm like, well, you're on somebody that can take the Serpent's Fang. Why didn't you get that? You've got 2 or 3 people on the enemy team that have, like, massive shields. Like, you've got Mord and the Fish Boy on the team. They got 2 like tanks who both have massive shields. You could just put Serpent's Fang into your build. Why didn't you? You didn't want to sacrifice what you knew would do a lot of damage so you'd have the big damage number at the end of the mission? When you could have, like, just taken their shields out and, like, nerfed the crap out of them with, like, one thing. But you like didn't. And it's just like things like that. Itemization issues is where he sucks. He's really good at knowing big damage builds. Like you'll always see him get XYZ on a mage. And sure, he'll have the highest damage at the end of the mission. Or at the end of the match, not mission. But you can't win every game by yourself. sometimes you have to nerf your damage a little bit to make sure that you can win. And just because the support got an Oblivion Orb, if they're not a support that can spread their damage around to all of those people, and they're going to be the first person that the enemy goes for, sometimes you need to get one too. Yeah, I mean, that's the problem with the game. We all think that it's not our fault. I mean, I've never lost. The reason why any of the games I lost, they were never my fault. I'm just a Teemo. I'm like, you know. Yeah, it's partially my fault every time because I'm bad at the game. In the moment, we feel like we have that we're doing great. And we feel like we have agency. We feel like we're doing fabulous. In reality, we're just meat morons tripping through the day.
Living like this, do you ever feel like we're teetering on the edge of something, but never quite going over?
Mobile defense. Yeah, I'm gonna go boobin. Wednesday. I never took my pills for today. I wonder I have so much heartburn. That's why I see his jungle diff. Oh Lord. There's another reason why I don't be the jungle. I get blamed for everything. At least on top Teemo, I could just be like a one-on-one game the whole time with randomly having a jungler come in. But I have so much wards by, you know, 6 with my mushrooms that you can't really gank Teemo after 6. And if I play relatively safe before that, then I don't have much to worry about. Let them push under my tower, so they're overextended. And I know better now whether or not I can find time in game to ward the bush in my jungle up by my tower. Can I do it? No.
Their rage is vehement, their focus impressive.
Should have opened this to public so I can carry someone. I'm gonna do that real quick. I'm still on friends only. Hey, what's up? You want to do a still path mission? Okie dokie. You have a good night then. Yeah, it's 12:35 here. If it's 3 a.m. there, shouldn't you be in the same time zone as me? I don't know. Figured, isn't Brazil in the same? How are you in the future? You have a good one. Take care.
have grown fierce. Use all that you have learned.
Ooh, woo.
There is a sanctuary target here, Hunter. I sense it. Track it with the synthesis scanner. Don't let it escape.
Terminal spotted. Upload me and prepare to defend. I'm in, Tenno. This will take a moment.
That's it. It will be a perfect specimen. Chop it so you can synthesize it for me.
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching. Still working on it. Continue to defend.
I'm gonna probably watch a video unless somebody else wants to talk about something. I was watching a game theory video about
All in blood. That's not too much for a guide to
Blood.
right? But instead, all I saw were vinyl records, an activity worksheet, a mock-up Wally puppet. I was
creepypastas.
No, something had to be off on this website. The main thing on the page was a short interview with the mysterious museum curator simply known as the Question Answerer. As they said on the exhibition page, quote, I still have so many questions to answer here in the world of Welcome Home. You and me both there, QA, you and me both. Which means that it's time to do what you always do when you're stuck in need answers in an ARG. Click anything and
I missed the button.
everything on the screen. And sure enough, my gut and brute force was right. There was actually something hidden here on the page. If you click the word answer from the Question Answerer quote I just read, you're taken to a page with a single image of a notebook. On this notebook, we see someone has been trying over and over again to find a password, but a password for what? Well, to find out, all you have to do is click the image, revealing a red safe with keys that represent the various characters from the series. Clicking again takes us to a blank guest area that requests a password. According to the notebook, the code is going to be 5 letters. Go figure, those worksheets from the exhibition also have 5 questions, with each answer being one of the residents of home, lining up with the keys on the safe. Who's the funniest neighbor? Has to be the residential jokester Barnaby. Who shines brighter than any star? Sally Starlet. Who's the biggest chicken? Our knockoff Big Bird, Poppy. Which neighbor speaks to flowers? According to the character profiles, it's Julie. And who's your best friend? Well, that one there has to be our main character, Wally. And if we take the first letter from each answer, B, S, P, J, and W, and type all that in, we're rewarded with the staff-only page. And before I show it to you, let me just say that there is so much going on here, it is gonna burst your theorist brain. The page isn't like anything we've seen before. There's a bunch of text, but it's all at strange angles. The title's been copied so many times it's almost illegible. There's even some redacted text thrown in here for good measure. There's also a new group of photos that don't seem nearly as upbeat as the main site. And there we have it, my bloody walls. Can finally rest easy. But really, the image that grabbed my eye here was this one. An image of art supplies with a couple of no touching signs sticking out of the box. Hey, you don't tell me what I do or do not do sign. But in all seriousness, look at the note that's sitting on top of the pile of latex gloves. Put on gloves before handling any art. Call me if we run out. Those signs there aren't for visitors, they're for the staff. And it's important. I mean, you're not just writing 4 exclamation points there for no reason. In a later image, we find an email warning staff about a strange substance that's growing on the artwork. Quote, if a substance begins to grow on anything delivered, please place it back in the box it was shipped in and return it to us at your leisure. If you or anyone in your team experiences nausea, dizziness, or fatigue, please don't be alarmed. Yeah, because when I touch something that suddenly makes me sick, my first response is clearly gonna be, this is totally fine. We can actually see the substance on the first image with the glove box. One of the gloves has actually been used and is covered with a paint-like goop, which matches what we see on the art pieces from the About Us page. The artwork is being delivered like this, and whatever's on it is not good for you. It seems connected to this line of secret text from the website's original FAQ page. Quote, when I unwrapped the first letter, I felt it, I heard it. Open. Open, open. I want it out. I'm going to get it out. It's not just making people sick, it's literally giving Wally an entry point. It seems that once you touch the paint, he can speak to you, indoctrinate you, brainwash you. In fact, it now appears to be happening to someone on the staff-only page. Here's the quote.
I had a dream when I began working on the Playfellow exhibition. Wally Darling was sitting at the foot of my bed with a rotary phone in front of him, ringing away. It looked just like the little toy phone we were restoring for the exhibit. It kept ringing. Wally stared at me like he was waiting for me to pick up the phone, just staring, unblinking. The phone ringing and ringing. I couldn't move. I couldn't figure out how to move and pick up the phone. He kept waiting. I couldn't pick up the phone. I keep getting phone calls now, or at least I assume that's what's happening. I keep hearing it ringing all day sometimes. I check my phone, and there's no new messages.
The writer is being driven mad by the same substance, hearing the call of Wally and his cult of home. Just like you should be hearing my call of hitting that subscribe button. Just click the button to answer the phone in the next 5 seconds to make that ringing stop. Please, please make the ringing stop. Thanks, you're just the most. Now let's figure out what's going on with this note. The note goes on to talk about how they tore up the workspace to find the ringing, and that they poured over every recovery the Welcome Home Restoration Project has given me access to, including their website. Given that they're speaking about the organization in the third person, and they seem to be the one responsible for all the mess that we see backstage of the exhibit, it leads me to believe that this is the person put in charge of the whole thing, the question answerer. A professional exhibitor and museum curator who believes in our happy home just as much as we do. Actually saw their name pop up in the old website when I was doing my previous theory, but we didn't get much detail about them, so I kind of left them alone. But now, they seem to be playing a much more important role in the story, especially as it was their quote that led us to the staff page in the first place. The QA has been the one handling the artifacts. They've been getting everything set up, and in so doing, they've fallen victim to Wally's trap. What they've also done is tell us where we need to look next to keep our quest going. The question and answer keeps referring to a telephone that Wally's holding, one that they can hear, but they dismiss the toy phone in the exhibit. Quote, all that was there were the toys for the exhibit, and obviously those couldn't be ringing. But I'm never quite so quick to dismiss any evidence that feels so overtly obvious. The telephone is prominently displayed at the exhibition as official merchandise for the Welcome Home show, and given there's now a merchandise page on the website, felt like the best place to go next. The merchandise page is full of holiday cards, vinyl records, cereals, and coloring books, but the biggest and most important thing they present to us right at the top of the page is the rotary phone. In fact, you can actually interact with this toy on the website. Pressing the buttons allows you to hear responses from the colorful cast of Welcome Home, just as you'd expect from a similar phone toy, except something isn't quite adding up. Despite the restoration project bringing the phone back to its original working condition, there seem to be some discrepancies between what we see and what the packaging tells us we should be seeing. The box tells us that there should be 16 built-in conversations in this thing, but that's spread across 10 buttons, 2 of which seem to be missing, and with 1 that's actively glitching. The remaining 7 only have 1 response, and they don't even remotely match what's said on the box.
Hello, this is Frank Frankly speaking. Hello. Are you there?
Which means that whatever phone they have, it is not the phone that we see on the box. Additionally, the Wally button doesn't have a play function. The website says his button has a glitch and has been taken offline. But as with most things involving Wally, things aren't exactly as they seem. If you click on the button anyway, you can definitely hear Wally's dialogue, but while all the others are responding awkwardly to a prank phone call, Wally's is a bit different.
Hello? Hello? Hello?
I kind of want dinner.
I'm only kidding. I know you're there. Did you like my joke? I think you were going to say yes. Ha, ha, ha.
It isn't an innocent pre-recorded conversation for a toy phone. This is targeted, and it's creepy. While all the others are responding to a prank call, Wally knows that we're there, and he speaks directly to us. Not about the show, to us, about us.
You have to go too. You have work to do. Remember, until you hear me again, keep your smile merry.
Oh, no.
Always know
Nope.
that I
Good.
love you very much. Goodbye.
He's planning something big, and he needs his followers to keep up appearances until the time's right. This toy allows Wally to speak to his new followers directly, a shepherd to his flock, informing them of the work that's still to come. And while what he has in store is still unknown, he's still finding ways of keeping us busy. Before this update, one of the ways Wally communicated to us was through drawings in a guest book. By opening those up in a separate tab, we'd find hidden messages like, "I can hear you, neighbor." It was unsettling to be sure, but now he's back at it again. Only this time time he's doing it across the entire website. When you visit certain pages, you'll watch as Wally begins to draw something on the page before your very eyes. Clicking on each of these newly formed drawings takes you to an audio file, each one directly from Wally.
We've looked into each other's eyes so many times. You're looking at me now.
Once you find all the audio files, you can actually start to see a pattern. The pages the files are from all have single-word titles, like soon, I, and neighbor. At first, this might seem random, but if you try to rearrange them, you can form the sentence, I will help you understand, neighbor. I will find a way soon. Which is super cool on its own, but it doesn't even stop there, because when you play the audio clips in the same order, they create one side of a conversation.
There you are. Welcome home. Ha ha ha. You're the most. You're so still. What are you doing? What are you waiting for? To hear me again? Ha ha ha. I think that means you can hear me. Can you see me? That's okay if you can't. Don't worry. I know you're there. You know I'm here too. I will talk to you. Why won't you answer me, neighbor? Why can't I hear you? You know me. You do. Please open. Let me in. Let me in.
This conversation feels like it's someone he's already converted, someone who's waiting to hear from him again, who desires to be a part of home. So, who's he talking to? Well, it matches quite nicely with the note left behind by the question answerer on the staff-only page.
Wally stared at me like he was waiting for me to pick up the phone.
What are you waiting for? To hear me again? Ha ha ha.
I couldn't move. I couldn't figure out how to move and pick up the phone.
You're so still. What are you doing?
And suddenly it becomes clear why he's desperate for the question answerer's attention. Wally might be able to draw over the website, but to spread to more people, to become more powerful, Wally needs to be able to see.
I know how to draw eyes. You draw mine many times. I know it is thanks to you, neighbor, that I can see.
The Welcome Home Restoration Project tried to stop Wally and his influence by shutting down the guest book in this latest update. But underneath that news update is another post, not dated, that says, quote, so many guest signatures. So many of them are trying to communicate. What are you telling me for? Do you think I can answer? What are you trying to do to me? I'm closing that guest book. I'm not playing this game anymore. The ringing is enough. It's a reluctant follower. It's the question answerer. These eyes everywhere across the site will allow Wally to see into the real world and will help him interact with people on the other side. The bad news is, it's working, as we see all over the behind-the-scenes photos on the staff-only page. One of the notes tells us about using a black light on all artwork, and for staff to take photos of what they find. Doing this reveals the drawings of eyes, spirals, telephones, phrases like the phone is ringing, all things that we fairly well covered at this point. But how can we be sure that this is Wally's doing and not someone else? Well, on the emails requesting the 5-letter password that we found earlier, the email response is simply the worksheet. The email is to the question answerer, and the person it was sent to is from part of the WHRP, but their name's redacted. The question answerer prints out these pages after receiving the emails, but under the black light, written underneath everything, we find the identity of the sender, Wally. Wally is signing in invisible ink. He's sending us down rabbit holes. He's providing letters, emails, and now passwords to a safe so that the WHRP can have more conversations with it. The puppet has become the master. However, while it might be easy to jump on the whole Wally is evil bandwagon, I believe that he may actually be just as much of a puppet as anyone else in this thing. In the last theory, I mentioned that there were 2 signatures from Wally in the guest book. One that looked normal, you're looking for me, silly, silly, and another that felt a bit more chaotic, you won't write back. This led me to believe that there may be 2 versions of Wally wandering around, one good and one evil. This update seems to be pointing us in a similar direction. In the email that was sent by WHRP that talks about the substance causing nausea, dizziness, and fatigue, we find a note written in invisible ink that says, I'm so sorry. Wally's apologizing? Isn't this exactly what he wants? To brainwash others to see as he does? It doesn't make a lot of sense, unless there are 2 versions of Wally. On the original website, there was a secret page that showed Wally hiding in shadows, followed by the text, I can't see you. Do you see me? In one of the audio clips we found this time, he says,
it is thanks to you, neighbor, that I can see, but it is still, I can't see.
Wally being able to see or not see is one of the big recurring phrases across the website. So how come he suddenly breaks mid-conversation and then all of a sudden is struggling to speak and says that he can't see anything? Maybe it's not that there are 2 Wallys, but rather one Wally with 2 different sides inside of him. Eyes have always been used to represent Wally, but they've often been accompanied by spirals. We see them throughout the blacklight images, but there was also a spiral beneath home on the whole
Bear back.
website. What we look at
I'm
spiral
listening.
now, it's grown, it's bigger, and and now there's an eye inside of that spiral. The So Below page now reveals a spiral that, when clicked, gives us a recording of home talking in noise. Those noises can actually be translated from Morse code to say hello. Spirals are the signature of home. Eyes are the signature for Wally. And now they're becoming one and the same. They're mixing with each other. Home is controlling Wally. On page 6 of the guest book, we see Wally's written his name, but if you open the image in a new tab, the image is called Our Name. R, as in plural ownership. Two beings inhabiting one body. Wally and Home, which explains why Wally contradicts himself mid-sentence. It's his good half, his real half, fighting back, trapped inside his own body, unable to see, barely able to communicate. But with what time he has, he's begging us to stay quiet, to not fall for Home's tricks. And he's not the only one that feels trapped here either. There appears to be someone else onto Wally's schemes, someone who's working from the inside, undercover, trying to track down the cult's behavior and bring the whole operation down. One thing I didn't expect when logging back into the Welcome Home website post-update was the sheer amount of bugs across the site. And no, I'm not talking about broken links or buttons that don't work, I'm talking literal bugs crawling around the website. These colorful little critters appear on nearly every page, and at first I thought it was just a little extra design flair, adding some movement to an otherwise static page. But then I noticed this particular part of the most recent newsletter. Quote, "Please excuse those pesky bugs, dear neighbor. What is a beautiful home without a pest or two? We will do our best to keep things neat, tidy, and organized." I mean, they might as well have just said "do not touch" in giant red letters. So of course, I'ma touch it. When you do, you're met with something completely new to the series. A video. A video that opens another side of the story that Wally, Home, and the Restoration Project do not want people to hear. So let's take a look for ourselves, shall we? We don't get a lot visually from the videos themselves. They appear to be our neighborhood characters interacting with each other. The conversations seem to be very trivial on the surface. Sally wants Poppy to bake a cake, Howdy is talking about his family back home with Barnaby, and Eddie and Julie play make-believe games. Nothing's really happening, but we know better. Looking at the details here, you start to notice that the conversations are happening off in the background, meaning that whatever perspective we're seeing this from, it's not the character that we hear. So, whose perspective are we in, and why are we watching? Well, you don't have to wait long to get your answer. At the end of each and every video, one of the characters addresses Wally, and as they say his name, the audio distorts and the visuals cut out.
I'm sure we can come up with a wonderful joke between the three of us. Isn't that right?
Next time, don't give Eddie any hints, eh, Walsh? I didn't see you there. What can I get you for you today, Walsh?
In fact, in some clips, we actually see Wally's hand in the shot. We are watching from Wally's perspective. He is the lens that we're seeing the world through. Except he's not interacting. He's just sitting there, quietly, completely still, observing. He's going from place to place, keeping a close eye on all his neighbors. Spying on his neighbors, if you will. If we're right and Wally is supposed to be some kind of a cult leader, then this makes a lot of sense. As the shepherd for his flock, he needs to make sure that everyone's under control. No one's stepping out of line. By the looks of it, something rotten seems to be happening under the surface of this idyllic kids TV series. In one of the hidden videos, Sally Starlet makes a snide comment to Poppy about someone using gelatin molds for all their baking.
There's no one else in the neighborhood I would trust with this. And not just because you're the only one here who can make something that doesn't come out of a gelatin mold.
And we learn that this is a dig at the local bookworm Frank Frankly, based on a similar conversation in a different video.
I suppose gelatin can't always be relied upon, too. Still, I think it holds perfectly sliced fruit beautifully.
People are gossiping. They're making comments about others when they're not present. And they don't just stop at gossiping either. Barnaby mentions having tomatoes thrown at him by another neighbor in a different bit of audio.
As long as they're not throwing tomatoes at me, it sounds like a walk in the park. I tell you, we got a neighbor who's got an arm like a professional baseball player. It's not easy.
This again feels like a call out to Frank Frankly, who has himself a vegetable patch in the back garden. In fact, there's a lot of weirdness around Frank in general, which we'll come back to in a minute. In general, though, people in this neighborhood are feeling a lot of tension, and most of it's revolving around the resident jokester and Wally's best friend, Barnaby, who seems to clash with almost everyone he speaks to. While Frank is teaching Wally about flowers, Barnaby comes in to create a big disruption.
Hey, not a daisy goes by where you don't get impatient. But hey, I'm just pulling your leg.
Just get out of here. Go find an audience for your silly gags somewhere else.
Barnaby also chases down Eddie the mailman because he wants his delivery, even though Eddie says it's against the rules.
I have to put it in your mailbox. It's policy.
And Barnaby just straight up bullies Julie after she tries to tell a joke.
What did the number 3 say to the number 2 after beating him in a game of checkers?
Oh no, here it comes.
I won!
That was just doggone terrible.
But then there's the final video. It is wildly different from everything else we've seen so far. Unlike the other bugs that appear on the normal pages of the website, this bug is found on a hidden page, the WOXYVE page from the Welcome Home pre-update. In case you don't remember, this was one in a series of hidden pages that you could discover by finding misplaced letters in the text sprinkled across the website. This particular page shows scripts from the original Welcome Home TV show, but now there's been a bug added, a real bug hiding under the pages. Click it and we find a video of Barnaby talking, just like all the other videos, but this time he's not talking to another character, instead he's talking to Home, telling him all the things that he did that day. In his talk, Barnaby calls back to all the other clips, like annoying Frank, bullying Julie, chasing down Eddie.
Yeah, he's a real sourpuss. No wonder Julie can't tell a good joke. She's got a sense of humor only Frank could love.
Just like in all the other videos, Barnaby calls over to Wally, but this time, the video doesn't immediately end.
Go on, kid, tell him. Hello, buddy? Pal? Hey, you stopped fainting. Everything all right?
Did you hear that? Just before the video glitches out, we hear a number of banging and creaking sounds all coming from Home. It's Home talking back. And if we look at the transcript, we actually get a translation to tell us how Home is feeling. Sounds of banging can be heard, sort of like laughter. Opens and closes its door judgmentally. We're being helped along to understand how Home feels. And given the judgmental lines are focused around what Barnaby sees as fun, I'm not convinced that Home is happy. And most disturbingly of all, in those final moments, the bangs and creaks are left unaccounted for. There's no transcript, no translation. Why? Because the truth is purposely being hidden from us. I believe that this right here is the moment that Wally is taken over by Home. Until now, Wally has simply been a faithful servant to Home, doing as it says, being its eyes and ears. But after hearing how the neighborhood's been miserable, Home decided it needed to take matters into its own hands, taking full control of Wally like the puppet that he is. But there was still something that felt odd to me. So far, Wally/Home is the only one that we've seen communicating to us through the glitches in the website, but this suddenly blows the roof off their whole charade, revealing the truth that they don't want us to know, that they are one and the same. So why would they choose to show it to us on the website? Well, what if I told you it's not them? There's someone else uploading these videos to the site. There's someone else working from the inside to take Wally down. Consider this. The way these videos have been seeded out to us, the audience, is completely different to how Wally's been speaking to us through this website so far. Wally draws on the website to get our attention, but these videos are being revealed by literal bugs crawling across the site. So if Wally draws because he's an artist, then is there a character that's associated with bugs? The answer there is a resounding yes. One of the character's descriptions reads as follows, quote, "The resident bookworm with an expertise on butterflies." A description that belongs to none other than Frank Frankly. This guy loves butterflies. He even wears a butterfly-shaped bow tie to prove it. But he isn't limited to just one type of insect either. Eddie calls on him for help when an insect gets into his post office.
I'm afraid I only deal with bugs, Mr. Deer.
Bugs? A critter, a guest, a neighbor, whatever it is, it's upheaving my whole post office.
The most damning of all is that on the merchandise page, there's a letter from Frank to Wally talking about an insect that he saw and a picture explaining the legs of the bug, a bright and colorful insect that looks exactly like the insects that we've been clicking on throughout the video. If there's an insect, Frank is involved, which means that these videos are coming from him. It is Frank trying to talk to us. And it's clear that he knows the truth about what's going on when you take a closer look at the videos taking place in his garden. Frank is the only one with a vegetable patch, as seen from the neighborhood page. But the garden isn't quite right. There's a rotting tomato just lying there, and Frank acknowledges it in one of the clips.
They just won't leave my tomatoes alone, and who am I to shoo them away?
But it's just left there for us to stare at, this sign of decay. Just like Wally, Frank here is painting us a picture. He's telling us that life since joining the cult isn't all it's cracked up to be. There's a sign of decay inside. There's something corrupt in the middle of this otherwise pristine-looking place. In fact, in multiple clips, he's suspicious of the true nature of basically everyone around him.
I doubt you're any sort of beagle. I've never seen any blue dog before in my life.
Frank knows the neighborhood, Barnaby, Howdy, and Home are not what they seem on the surface. In fact, he's afraid of them. In that same video clip of the vegetable garden, we see a lineup of these colorful things. If there are any professional gardeners out there that want to tell me exactly what they are and what their name is, I'd appreciate it because I wasn't able to find it, but to me, they seem very humanoid. We see 8 standing up in a line and then one opposite them
They're
upside down with their head
clothespins.
buried. 9 people in total, and then remind me again how many neighbors there are? Hoppy, Barnaby, Julie, Frank, Howdy, Eddie, Sally, Wally, and Home. 9. These are our neighbors. But then, who's this one with his head buried and why? My mind immediately went to the phrase burying your head in the sand. You know, refusing to think about unpleasant or negative things. If this is Frank's garden, it's likely that this has been put together by Frank. So maybe Frank knows the truth and is denying it? No. If he was denying it, he wouldn't be reaching out to us through the website. It would make more sense for this one to be Wally, denying that there's anything wrong in the neighborhood to begin with. Or maybe it is symbolic of Frank hiding from the neighborhood because he knows the truth. He's now trying to tell us without being seen by everyone else because he's worried what the neighbors will do to him if he gets caught. Sadly though, it might be too late. On the staff only page, there's a framed photo that has a note from the question answerer, the curator that's putting together this entire Welcome Home exhibit. It says, quote, "This art was not part of the shipment. Please stop using the work printer to prank me." But underneath the actual photo, written in invisible ink, are the words, "Who are you?" with an eye and a spiral. Last episode we discussed how the eye represents Wally and the spiral represents Home, the two working together. And the invisible ink is one of the ways that they communicate with the outside world. For it to grab both Wally and QA's attention, it's gotta be an important detail, right? And while the image itself is quite dark, I felt like I recognized it from somewhere. Then it hit me. The QA says that it's not part of the shipment or original assets, and there's one place where Welcome Home assets exist that aren't being considered canon by the fanbase: Clown's portfolio page. Sure enough, when I took a look, there was a high-res version of this exact image, and it shows our new helper, Frank Franklin. The image is a weird one. He's surrounded by his own body parts: arms, hands, eyes, and in the center of the photo we see Frank holding a mysterious red square. But these hands aren't like his usual ones. The number of fingers don't actually match up. Yep, it's like the good old days of FNAF, my friends. We're counting fingers and toes before anyone becomes a robot. Anyway, like the other puppets, he typically has 3 fingers and a thumb, but this image shows him with 4 regular fingers, with the thumb hidden behind the card that he's holding. These are human hands. I did think it was odd that Wally wrote under the photo, "Who are you?" I mean, it's clearly Frank's face. Wally knows who this is. He's one of the neighbors. But paired with the image of Frank having human hands, his question sounds slightly different. It's not "Who are you?" It's "Who are you really?" And going back through the information that we have on Frank, suddenly him being the odd one out becomes abundantly clear. The description pages tell us how each character came into the neighborhood. All of them except for Frank. Frank's description actually reads, quote, "Frank does not have any known information regarding his origins prior to moving into Home when compared to the others. How he got into the neighborhood is just as much of a mystery to the WHRP as it is to us. He's hiding his identity to take things down from the inside." In the photo, Frank has all these extra body parts around him. I suspect that all these spare parts are things he uses to disguise himself in order to break Wally and Home's little cult open from the inside. When talking to Wally about the flowers and Barnaby interrupts, Frank puts emphasis on a very specific word.
Don't actually have any blue pigmentation. They have to grow in soil that is basic as well, so the pine straw should be left for the other beds.
You're telling me that these flowers are liars drinking?
I'm not telling you that these flowers are liars, Barnaby.
Frank isn't trying to tell Barnaby about these lying flowers. He's trying to tell someone else. It could be Wally. We know he's the perspective that we're seeing here. Maybe he's trying to reason with his good side. Or maybe this is his way of breaking the fourth wall, talking directly to us. When Frank is saying these flowers aren't as they seem, we're being shown the people standing together and the one representing Frank having his head buried in the sand. And what color is Frank's representation? Blue. He's telling us that he isn't what he appears to be. He's not a puppet from this neighborhood. He's a spy on the inside. This same photo of Frank with the human hands on Clown's Tumblr account has the hashtag scopophobia. Scopophobia is an extreme or irrational fear of being looked at or seen. Frank is afraid that he's going to be seen for what he truly is, but wants us to know the truth about this neighborhood, so he buries his head in the sand and hides messages through his trusty bugs. I have no doubt that in the future updates we'll learn more about Frank and how exactly he became part of the neighborhood. I just hope that he's able to stay under the radar for long enough to tell us the truth.
There's someone else from the neighborhood that's been using the bugs on the website to expose Home's plan. The local bug enthusiast and resident grump, Frank Franklin. But now, after all this time, the internet darling, Wally Darling, is back. And he's got a shiny new website in celebration of home warming, which is Welcome Home's version of Christmas in March. So, as you can tell, things are already not adding up, which means there's likely going to be a bunch of brand new lore waiting for us in the neighborhood. So, even though it's spring, wrap up warm, get a hot cup of cocoa.
I gotta get that food in my belly because I started passing out during that last mission.
New website and spread holiday cheer for all to hear. For all to hear. For all to hear. First of all, when I say shiny new website, I really do mean it. This isn't just an update. The old website has been taken down and a new one has been rebuilt in its place in order to get rid of all those pesky bugs, glitches, and files. There are these weird new doodles around the website, but I clicked on them and nothing happened, so it seems like this reboot was a success. Other than that, the website seems relatively similar to the old one, outside of the new Christmassy themes. But if you take a look at the news section, there's a newsletter that tells us all about the new stuff they have over on the merchandise page. So I guess that's where we're going next. And they really weren't lying. This is by far the biggest part of the update. There are audio files from Welcome Home commercials, songs sung by members of the neighborhood, including Wally's tone-deaf rendition of the song Toyland by Doris Day. There's even children's toys that contain actual throwing knives and an unsettling cookbook full of disturbing recipes that I am definitely going to be sending over to Santi later. But there was one new addition that stood out to me above all the rest. Yes, even those deadly weapons. And that was the Crispy Sweets Frosted Cereal Box. More specifically, the back of the cereal box. We see our reliable mailman Eddie Deer holding a decoder ring, encouraging us to make or break secret codes. Call it a hunch? I think that might be a clue. This decoder ring uses pictures that correlate with the letters of the alphabet. And if you've been paying attention, these pictures are the exact same as the ones we've been seeing scattered around the website. Ha! I knew those random doodles weren't just random doodles. So of course, I scoured every page and found every last one of them. Now all we have to do is figure out what this jumble of letters is supposed to say. I managed to find the words away from prying eyes, but I was left with a handful of letters that at first I just couldn't figure out. That wasn't until I remembered that this is a web-based ARG. These letters aren't words, they're part of a URL. 3 W's at the start and the TNE spelling out the domain, .net, giving us the website www.awayfrompryingeyes.net. And sure enough, type that into your search bar and we're taken to a brand new website. This site contains the writings from a member of the WHRP, gathering evidence of all the weird glitches from the old website, trying to figure out what's going on. Going down the page, we can see that the writer is named W, which feels suspicious given the only character we know with W as the first letter of their name is Wally. However, we don't really get anything more to go on, so I'm just gonna leave that be for now, but make no mistake, I'm watching you. Regardless, I started reading what W had to say, and as I did, it occurred to me that we've actually met this character before. In this post, W notes his frustration. Quote, "No one has come forward or provided leads, and dead ends have since piled up," which lines up with a quote from a newsletter that was posted during a minor update back in October, the Halloween update, where again, the writer is very vocal about the lack of information. Our source has yet to send the full book. I don't understand why. What is it worth to leave it out? Ripping out pages. What a waste. It takes so long to get everything off of them. Still, we're patient, aren't we? If you're reading this, please hurry. So, it would appear that W is the one writing the newsletters. But those aren't the only writings of theirs that we've seen before. Remember on the original website where we found text that said things like, "When I unwrapped the first letter, I felt it. I heard it. Open, open, open. I want it out. I'm going to get it out." Well, the same kind of writing style can be seen from W on this new hidden website. It needed me. I needed it. Everyone started to look at us. You want this as badly as I do. Up until now, we've suspected that these hidden entries on the old website were written by the question answerer, the museum curator that was hired to put on the Playfellow exhibition. They created their own hidden website that would tell us about a dream they had with Wally sat at the foot of their bed calling them on a toy telephone. He was the only one acting erratically, so at the time, it made sense that he would be the one making these chaotic entries. But now, W's writing seems to be a much stronger match. Plus, it would make way more sense for a member of the WHRP to be able to alter the main website rather than a freelance museum curator. W even references the question answer and the events that we saw in the last update. Nothing from our curator who has since recovered. I don't know what happened to them to become so unwell to create that page. Things clearly got a lot worse for our curator friend between updates. But despite knowing about the website and what it said about the telephone, W decided to grab the defective toy anyway and continue trying to fix it after the exhibition. We can see a page labeled broken phone that contains their findings, and we learn that no matter what W tries, the phone is still doing the same thing it was for the question answerer. It won't stop ringing. When they pick it up, it doesn't give them an answer either, until it does. What we hear is Wally's terrible cover of the song Toyland. Only this time, there are lines from Wally talking at the beginning and the end.
Did you like it? I wish I knew, but you still won't tell me anything.
Wally is still using the phone to communicate to whoever is on the other end. But unlike last time with the question answerer, I don't think this is the side of Wally controlled by Home. Listen to what Wally says before hanging up.
Everyone's usually so busy, so it's just me and Home for a long while. I don't want to end this call.
That line, "I don't want to end this call," to me, sounds like desperation. Wally says that he's alone with Home, and he doesn't sound excited, because with no one else around, Home can take control and carry out the next part of his plan.
But I have to go get ready for home warming.
Home warming is the next part of Home's scheme to keep the neighborhood in line and indoctrinate more people into this cult. And we can see this plan in action if we head on over to the second piece of evidence from this new secret site named Commercials. On this page, W tells us they managed to somehow find snippets of the actual Welcome Home TV show playing on their old TV. Previous entries on the old website talked about how no one seems to remember the show, and despite having a bunch of merch, they had no evidence the actual TV show existed. So this is a huge deal. At least it would be if W had actually managed to record any of it. Dude, you had one job. Though I shouldn't give them too hard a time. They seem to recognize their mistake, and so from this point onwards, they leave the TV on, constantly watching, hoping the show would return to the screen. Until finally, he found something. Quote, "I was finally rewarded in December. The channel it appeared on didn't make any sense, but I didn't care. Video evidence and audio started playing, one after the other. I've captured and compiled together whatever I could. When footage would disappear, I would have to move to another channel, where another would appear, and then disappear again. This explains why a Christmas-themed update seems to be happening in March. The newsletter that told us about the new merchandise is actually labeled December 25th, Christmas Day. But immediately after that, a new newsletter is released calling it a mistake. Quote, I hadn't realized how much time had passed. This update was planned for December, but they were so engrossed with these commercials, so determined to record evidence that they lost track of time and ended up staring at this TV for months. To the point they even claim that things in their house have started rotting. But it was worth it, because now, after a year of the website talking about a show that didn't seem to exist, W finally had video evidence of Welcome Home, and what has been uncovered is harrowing. This video is mostly filled with commercials, advertising things like cereal, sleeping pills, and cigarettes. Ah, yes, a balanced breakfast for any child growing up in the 70s. I'm making a joke about it, but back then, advertising this sort of thing with animated characters was pretty normal.
Gee, we ought to do something, Fred. Okay? How's about taking a nap? Hey, I got a better idea. Let's take a Winston break. That's it.
However, morally questionable adverts aren't the only thing this video includes. W laments that the original show they saw never reappeared again, except for a couple of clips from the perspective of a character we've not actually spent a lot of time with. Compared to the likes of Wally, Frank, or Barnaby, he felt like a bit of a background character, but now he seems to be taking center stage, showing us that decoder ring that got us started on this whole journey. I'm talking about Welcome Home's reliable mailman, Eddie Deer. In these clips, we see Eddie wondering why no one asked him to deliver anything, and so, to pass the time, he starts wrapping presents for his friends, but constantly begins to doubt his choices. If no one is trusting him with the mail, are his choices even good enough?
Well, no one has asked me to deliver nothing yet. Let's wrap Sally's presents first. Or actually, maybe Julie's. She's gonna love this chimney cozy I got her. I mean, I hope she does. Well, come to think of it, Julie hasn't called me either.
All of this eventually leads to frustration. He slams the desk and throws things around because he feels useless and alone.
How am I supposed to do my job when no one gives me something to do?
Poor guy. Just give the man something to deliver. It's all he has. But these clips highlight something that has been bubbling away under the surface of Welcome Home pretty much since the beginning. Eddie is an outcast. In our last theory, we showed that the interactions between the neighbors are not as harmonious as they seem. But looking more closely, you realize that out of all of them, Eddie is the one that is most often mistreated, insulted, or taken advantage of. When Eddie is talking to Howdy about what he's doing that day, Howdy just waves him off.
Just in a rush today. I'm a little behind with my delivery run.
You don't say. You have a good one too, Ed. Boy, that fella can talk your ear off.
Barnaby chases him down the street demanding his delivery, and in a secret video from the Halloween update, Sally is talking about a famous performer. Eddie recalls that same performer, and Sally says,
Even the mailman gets it.
even the mailman gets it, as if he's somehow lesser. Clearly, the town thinks very little of Eddie, but there's something else that stood out to me. Why is there no mail? It's the holiday season, surely there's something for Eddie to deliver. Even when the neighbors are being mean to him in those previous videos, he's still going around delivering mail. Hence, Barnaby is even able to chase him down the street. So, where has all the mail gone? Well, do you guys remember the guest book from the original Welcome Home website? The one that had all those reaction drawings from Wally that helped us figure out he was talking to us? And do you remember what greeted us before we entered that guest book? A colorful envelope, a pixel art version of Eddie Deer, and an image telling you to visit the guest book next to another image of Eddie. Eddie is associated with the guest book, almost as if he's responsible for delivering those messages. But what you might also remember is that back in July, the guest book was closed in order to stop Wally from interacting with us. Quote, I'm closing the guest book. I'm not playing this game anymore. The ringing is enough. You could still see the guest book, but you were no longer able to submit new
Add messages.
There were no new messages to pass on. no new letters to deliver, and that's why come home, Eddie has run out of stuff to deliver because the well of fan interactions has dried up, meaning he's out of a job and now he's starting to crack, and that is exactly what home wants. This video continues with the residents all heading to home for the home warming party. Eddie sits in an armchair and the narrator says,
Eddie dear was happy.
but as the line is repeated, Eddie's face begins to sweat. He looks concerned. The audio begins to build until suddenly there's silence. Eddie looks at his plate, a plate that holds a single pea. That's pretty weird, but this quote-unquote meal is featured on the last page of the Welcome Home cookbook as a certified showstopper, and at the bottom of the recipe is a note. Having a get-together? Consider inviting more peas to the party. Add additional peas according to how many guests there are. Take care not to place them too close together. The peas aren't just peas. They are representations of the neighbors from home, just like the pegs were in the last update, and it's telling us to have them all separated rather than together. Up until now, we believe that home wasn't happy about the neighbors constantly fighting each other. But the more I look at this pea on a plate, the more I wonder if that's actually what home wants. Home doesn't want any of them too friendly or close. Why? Because it offers them the perfect opportunity for control. In this video, Eddie looks up to find himself alone in a black void, with home staring right back at him. A scene that looks awfully familiar to the one we found underneath home on the old website. A black void with Wally worshipping home as home's eye is staring at him. What follows are the sounds of Eddie struggling, his heartbeat racing, he clutches the arms of the chair, his vision begins to blur, until we are snapped back into the party with Frank and Sally talking to Eddie. Exactly like what happens to Wally during the Halloween update. We've known for a while that Wally is under the control of home, and so this new video is showing us that he isn't the only one. Eddie has also fallen into home's grasp. Earlier in this video, we even played a clip that shows Wally feeling isolated and alone.
Everyone's usually so busy, so it's just me and home for a long while.
That is home's tactic. Get the neighbors alone, disenfranchise them with the neighborhood, and take control. We see the idea repeated in Wally's rendition of Toyland.
While you dwell within it, you are ever happy.
You can't have this.
Once you pass its borders,
It's hot though.
While Eddie was living in the neighborhood, just dwelling, he was happy. But the moment he saw the neighborhood wasn't all it was cracked up to be, passing its borders, he's gone too far. He can't go back to pretending everything is fine. Eddie feels like he's not wanted in the neighborhood. He's becoming separated from the group. So much so that he is the only one to not have any home warming decorations on his post office. And thanks to the lack of mail from the guest book, he's become isolated, lacking purpose, making him the perfect
Why are you staring at me?
And remember, the only reason he has
You don't
no
get
mail
food
is
from me. I
because
don't give you food.
Home's first puppet
Let's go back to
responding
bed.
to the guest book, which
He's
forced
asleep.
W to
Should be in bed
shoot
too.
down. Home has been playing 4D chess this whole time, and we had no idea. Home is using W to take control of the neighborhood, the WHRP, and the world. Eddie being under Home's control also explains why W hasn't received any updates since Christmas. The WHRP always said all the information found on this website was extracted from documents that had been uncovered in brightly colored envelopes. Colored envelopes have always been associated with Eddie. He delivers all mail to and from home in these colorful envelopes, which means he was always helping Wally to send these letters from the start. But now, Eddie isn't collecting or sending mail anymore. He's working for home. But hope is not lost. Frank frankly is seen at the end of this video talking to Eddie.
Mr. Dear? Mr. Dear, are you listening?
But when Eddie isn't responding, Frank becomes more concerned. He stops addressing Eddie as Mr. Dear and starts whispering his first name.
Are you there? Why aren't you answering, Eddie?
As we discussed last time, Frank is the man on the inside. He was the one we found on the Question Answerer secret website in a picture that showed him with human hands surrounded by his own body parts. He is using these to disguise himself and uncover the cult at the center of the neighborhood. And now he's using the bugs and secret videos to help us realize that horrible truth. As Eddie can barely get a word out during this encounter, it seems like Frank is aware of what's happening to him. He's becoming another puppet for Home's game, and so he's trying to help him break away. Each time time Frank says Eddie's name, Eddie's vision becomes clearer. Kind of like how in the secret videos we found by clicking Frank's bugs, we see Wally's vision begin to glitch out when his name is mentioned. These videos are from Frank, so he knows that saying their names, expressing concern and building those connections, it can disconnect them from home. But he does it in whispers so the rest of the neighbors, and especially Wally, can't hear him. Again, the other neighbors don't know that Frank isn't who he says he is, so he's being secretive in what he's doing while trying to help Eddie out best he can. But as we've discussed, W hasn't received any new mail since Christmas, which means this fix is likely only temporary. And with 2 out of 8 members of the neighborhood under Holmes' control, it's only a matter of time before the rest of the town succumb to Holmes' plan. And if Home has their way, we'll all be joining them down in the void very soon.
And boy, was I right about that last bit. This is your holiday gift, everyone. Time for a bit of a mini theory. Because since then, the website has received another update for this year's Halloween. The real website remained largely the same. The only thing that was new was the introduction of a new recording called Brick by Brick, along with a physical book so that you can read along. Most of it is your standard Sesame Street style.
I'll give you some crunchy stuff.
Putting together another scary play. Even
after I finish my potatoes.
But sadly, they are rejected as Sally wants Poppy to
right
be.
now I have crazy
Trust me,
fingers.
Sally, you do not want a Poppy being your main character. It never ends well. Fortunately, Poppy is far too frightened to do it and so declines, leaving an opening for Home to take her place. Though concerned that Poppy might still hear the scary play from her house, the neighbors do the only logical thing. They brick up her window so that she can be alone in peace. With friends like these, who needs enemies? By the end of the story, we do lose the audio, so we just have to read by ourselves. But all's well that ends well, and Wally ends up saying, everything is as it should be. But as you'd expect, this lovely story has more story to tell. One that has been kept away from prying eyes. That's right, though the main website is mostly the same, our secret website run by W has undergone some more interesting alterations. Some are small changes that focus on W's tracking of someone that was responding in the guest book, the secret messages we found in Wally's drawings. But the real change comes with the addition of the Brick by Brick audiobook. Although W points out the large number of differences between the text of the book and the audio they received. Most notably, it contains the part of the audio that cut out in the original tape, though it doesn't seem to match what we read in the storybook. As Poppy is left alone in her home, we start to hear sounds of wood scraping and a knock on the door. Poppy, frightened, says the door is open, but the knocks grow louder, a doorknob is frantically turned, and Poppy descends into madness.
Open the door! Open the door!
We hear Sally asking if Poppy is okay, and as Poppy comes to, she once again says she couldn't get out. Suddenly, we hear Frank.
You're out! The door's open. Why don't you open the door?
This sounds very similar to what happened to Eddie Deer at the end of the last episode. Eddie was isolated from the rest of the neighborhood, and that was when Home took control of Eddie. Now, Home's onomatopoeic sounds are showing up again when Poppy is isolated and afraid in order to take control. We even see this represented in the storybook. Sally tries to cast Poppy in the play, but Home ends up taking her place. Home takes over as Poppy. And as we're listening to Poppy's breakdown, the page of the storybook just shows Wally saying, everything is as it should be. Wally, Home's faithful servant, is revealing that this was all part of the plan, that everything is as it should be. Everyone should be isolated and become part of Home. Frank is coming in with a whisper, trying to calm them down and save them, bringing them back to reality without Wally Darling noticing. But Frank needs to up his game, and fast, if he's gonna save everyone. With each new update, we are seeing a member of the neighborhood become isolated and taken over by Home. First with Eddie, and now with Poppy. If Frank insists on staying under the radar like this, Julie, Sally, Howard, and Barnaby will all be succumbing to Home's evil plans very soon. But hey, that's just a theory. A game theory! Thanks for watching, and happy holidays, neighbor. But if you're still wanting more lore, answer the call and click the link on screen to watch our video of the complete lore of Minecraft. Why won't you answer me, neighbor?
That's all that you get. The rest of it's gone. Go back to bed. That wild deer did twice as many kills as me. Pretty good. 15% of the damage. Pretty decent. Now she needs to go out and use the bathroom. She eats one piece of chicken skin. She's like, I gotta pee now. I'm flipping cold outside though. Back to it. Hey there, doggo.
This is
Rescue. Shotgun only.
precision, prestige, the pinnacle of the warsmith's art.
Let's go, Raymond. Raymond.
Our intel suggests that our person of interest is in the vicinity. Search for the hostage and bring them home. Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching. Walkers incoming. The enemy is on high alert. The moment you enter the holding area, they'll trigger the execution sequence. Rescue the hostage before it finishes. You've located the hostage. Escort the prisoner to the extraction point, and I'll take care of the rest.
Got a weapon for me? I've got some scores to settle.
Mission complete. The captain has been liberated. You will be rewarded for this, Hannah.
Good job, VDS. Perfect run. I'm out of drink. I know this one, Octavia. Tasty. Sure, that'll be fine.
It's day 2 of our CES 2025 coverage, and the tech news continues to pour in. It feels neither pity nor shame, only a cold compulsion to make AI like its whole thing. Lenovo showed off the world's first laptop with a camera under the display, the Yoga Slim 9i, along with the world's first rollable laptop display in the ThinkBook Plus Gen 6, and some of the world's first Snapdragon X-powered mini PCs running Windows on ARM. But the biggest world's first to me, which is what really matters, get your own show, is the world's first SteamOS handheld not made by Valve. All of those leaks were surprisingly accurate, but they couldn't have predicted its full name would be the Lenovo Legion Go S 8-inch 1 powered by SteamOS, because it would be hard to predict someone choosing that. It'll launch in May, starting at $500 for the version with a last-gen Ryzen Z1 Extreme, but there will actually be a Windows version too, which will launch in January with the newly announced Ryzen Z2 Go for $730. But it'll come with 3 months of PC Game Pass, and what I can only imagine is a desperate bribe from Microsoft. No, all of the gamers, please don't switch to SteamOS. It can't give you full-screen ads like I can. Yeah, we don't want those. Huh? Both SteamOS and Windows versions of the Legion Go S will have a $600 tier as well, with a Ryzen Z2 Go later this year. But if you want the beefiest option, Lenovo did say a proper second-gen Lenovo Legion Go non-S is in the works. But that won't run SteamOS. Not so fast. Valve took this opportunity to announce that a SteamOS beta will be released this month that anyone can install on other handhelds. Handhelds like the GPD Win 4, maybe, whose website made it sound like another official SteamOS handheld, until Valve told The Verge they did not work with GPD on official SteamOS support. I feel like that was given away by the stretched out picture of Cat Mario on the website, but I've been wrong before. Maybe you can install SteamOS on Acer's Nitro Blaze, an 11-inch handheld that's so massive, I think the guy in this marketing image is just chuckling at it. Is this a joke? We'll get back to CES news, but first, Meta has announced it's shifting away from using third-party fact-checking services in favor of a community note-style model on Facebook, Instagram, and Threads. In a video and blog post, Mark Zuckerberg and Meta's new PR chief, Joel Kaplan, said their focus is now on restoring free expression for no particular current events-related reason, so they're also lifting restrictions on discussion of some sensitive topics that would have previously led to moderation. Interestingly, multiple times, Meta's blog post specifically references rival social media site X, run by Elon Musk, the guy who was never actually going to fight Zuck in the ring, but pretending was fun for a while. I guess Meta's new lax moderation policy also applies to Meta themselves, because they took the liberty of serving an Instagram user with unsettling AI-generated images of himself in his feed after he used a Meta AI tool to edit a selfie. Meta apparently took that to mean he wants to be surprised by a fake image of himself reflecting on life in an endless maze of mirrors where he's the main focus. And he looks thrilled. Now, back in September, Meta said they're testing serving content in Facebook and Instagram feeds created by their AI just for you, not of you, which is the issue here. Meta told 404 Media that you can opt out of seeing otherworldly versions of yourself in your feed, but other platforms are experimenting with similar features, so you may just have to get used to AIs poking you like a toddler and saying, "Hey, look, I drew a picture of you." I don't care. Where are your parents? Okay, we're coming back to CES news for the quick bits. These ones are a little different, but hey, that's okay. Yesterday, I told you I'd cover some more NVIDIA stuff, so here. GeForce Now is officially getting a native app for the Steam Deck later this year, and expanded browser-based support on various mixed reality headsets too. So I guess Microsoft is right, and all of those are an Xbox. What? One thing from the keynote I didn't cover yesterday was Project Digits, a tiny $3,000 desktop computer powered by the company's Blackwell GPU and their 20-core Grace CPU on a pretty standard-looking mobile chip. This is an ARM-based APU in a Mac Mini-looking form factor. Could NVIDIA just leapfrog Qualcomm and start their own ARM PC revolution? Probably not with this. These are meant for researchers and people comfortable plopping another $3,000 PC on top of the first one to run their AI waifu locally. Long distance is hard. Speaking of AI companions, NVIDIA announced that generative AI-powered NPCs called co-playable characters will drop soon in PUBG and Naraka Bladepoint, where they'll help you find loot and swear to loyally hold off bad guys so you can run away and heal. If AIs can't love, then what is that? Oh, you're not a gamer? Don't worry, NVIDIA's Project R2X desktop assistant is here to answer the question, what if Clippy was hot? I found a hot AI girl and trapped her in my monitor. Now, because I feel like I'm neglecting them if I don't mention them, there are a butt-ton of new laptop models on display at CES, as usual. Updated gaming and lifestyle models from ASUS, refreshed EliteBooks, and a new Snapdragon X-powered Omni Studio all-in-one from HP. MSI had some pretty wild 18-inch gaming laptops to show off with lots of dragon-related influences. It's what the people want. And Acer had a number of notebooks to show off, but not all of them had a chassis made partially out of crushed oyster shells, like the Aspire Vero 16. So that's the one that gets the mention. I don't make the rules. And you know what? Let's cover Sony's CES announcements, which once again involved reminding everyone they're working on a car with Honda. It's called the Afeela. Do we remember this? Yes. But since it's 2025, it has to ship with an AI personal agent, of course. What is new is the shipping estimate of 2026 and the price. It starts at $89,900. But that comes with a 3-year subscription to all the AI stuff, which is at least Toyota Corolla's worth. Sony also gave their mysterious next-gen XR headset a name, Zyn, with an X. I guess the nicotine pouches aren't big in Japan. But good news, you won't need the headset to enjoy Sony's future immersive entertainment concept. A box covered in displays and sensory doohickeys that will drop you into the world of The Last of Us, and even let you smell what Ellie smells. Turns out the clickers are just ripping it. It's all the time. It's mold and gas. It's not good. And we're gonna let it rip again tomorrow. So come on back for more. No, it'll be tech news. That's not. We're not rip. Okay, that's disrespectful.
You're done, fraud. This ends now. Throw everything at them. They will not take this away from me. They will not win. They've not earned it. I know this for certain, fraud. You earned this. I'm sorry, Animal. Execute the protocol. What was that? My ship? Eject the bridge module. Eject it now. Animal, once my pride and joy has been destroyed. I abandoned the project when I fled the Corpus. I should have known it was too powerful to leave in their hands. The Ambulance proxies still exist, and they are no doubt formidable. But the threat of their superintelligence is now gone. Thank you.
If you don't pay attention to me, I'm gonna go and snog the helmet. Morning, evening, whatever it is. I wonder where she ended up, or if there's any of her left. We could have saved her, I think. We just didn't care enough. We thought she deserved what she got. Who were we to judge?
Yeah, I wonder where she ended up too.
Ghost of youthlings.
I'm hoping we find out what the whole next thing.
What are you doing that's so important? Closer.
Hello.
You only love me for my prehensile tongue. Bye now.
You know us so well, Eleanor.
Living like this, do you ever feel like we're
teetering on the edge of something, but never quite going over.
How's it going there, Grim? I'm done with most of the stuff for like the week and the day. I think I've got the, main things done. I'm building the Trumna Prime. Now I'm just kind of doing randomish kind of stuff. Met a couple cool people this week. There was a dude from Finland. He had some builds on some weapons that I had never touched. So it was really cool to see a different perspective on like frames that I don't play and weapons that I don't use. So that was really cool.
Or are you looking to pull some endo from Iatan treasures?
No, that's cool. What augment are you using? It. That's the one for the tentacle rape monster that adds viral damage to your rain. So you not only do corrosive, but you also do viral. Decent. Yeah. I use it on my Protea. It's exceedingly good on Protea. Like, it's amazing. I use it on this build. Protipia. I get rid of her 4 and use it here. So I have 1 green shard on right there. You don't have to complete armor strip, but this is going to get rid of like 90% of their armor. You can. And since she has this, with that, she has infinite energy. And if you're not aware, there is no cap to how many of these you can have. So you can blanket an entire map with like 2 layers of these things, right? So you're doing corrosive, you're doing viral, right? And then you're doing fire and slash. She can do a lot. And then you have infinite energy, so you can spam the shit out of stuff. Just Viral Tempest. It's really good. Then doubling up the fire damage. Yep. But you can also do electric. So if you... Oh. Yeah. Yeah. Because if you still have your Tesla ones... See, I get rid of the orbital strikes. That's usually the one I get rid of. But I guess that's where you're getting your blast. So you're getting rid of the Tesla Nervos. Yeah, I can see that. I use it because it gives constant energy regen from the stretch one, but it's not like it's super necessary. I don't like... So for like my Vauban, I fixed his main problem. Yeah, Archon stretch. I fixed Vauban's main problem. This is my Vauban. And I got rid of his orbital strikes Yeah. So his main problem is that the enemies that get sucked in get caught on boxes and walls and things like that. Okay? And you can't fix that with the orbital strikes because you can't see the backsides of those walls to target them with orbital strikes. Okay? Like if there's you know how the Grenier defenses and that are like in the sandy area where it's also the map that you do like the there's like a pillar in the middle. The defense target is here. If you're doing a interception, the defense target is here, but there's also a higher thing, and there's a point up there. There's two lower ones that are down in the sandy areas, and then there's a big. The point is, the area that's up here where they can slide down the ropes to, they can spawn underneath it, and then they have to take the stairs up to get to you, right? But since they spawn underneath it, if you have Vauban, right, and you're doing the defense, he sucks them up in their little spawn rooms, and you can't orbital strike them, right? Yeah, it's like one of the Mars defenses. It's one of like those, if you suck them up and they're in their spawn rooms, you can't really get to them. There's lots of these that are like that, where you're in like a defensive like area and you're defending in the middle of it, and they spawn outside and they have to come in the doors, they have to climb over the edges, you know, and there's like the 2-layer walkway around it, and they can spawn underneath you, right? This fixes all of that because your pull range is 26 meters, but Thermal Sunder's range is 31 meters. Okay? Which means you can do damage to them and knock them off their feet with blast. Because if you do heat and then cold, you'll do blast damage and you'll knock them off their feet, right? If you do cold and then heat, you'll do blast in the opposite direction. So you can either pull them into you or push them away. Okay? So with Thermal Sunder, this has a larger range than your pull. Okay, than your Bastille. Okay? So you can attack them through the walls, through the floors, through the ceilings of wherever you are in the next room over, right? And keep stacking it on top of each other. And since you can stack fire over and over and over and over and over, right? You will kill anything in the game with Thermal Sunder. And you still get the blast damage, right? That you would have from your targeted thing, right? So this completely fixes that. And you can kill all the guys on the other side of the walls without ever leaving the spot that you're standing in. In addition, because you have Augur and Briefer Sight, it means that since you're constantly casting this in between your rounds of putting your abilities up, you're getting the whole like shield gating just constantly. It means I'm completely invincible. And then what I usually do is I call Protea out so that she's dropping a flower so that I have infinite energy. So I never have to worry about energy. I just call out my Spectre of Protea. And that completely fixes him to where I never have to worry about like anybody getting trapped outside of my like on the sides of walls, or where the thing lifts up and down and then they get caught on the outside of the little like hidey area that we're in, like Hydron. You know how if you're in Hydron, they'll get stuck on the outside of the little room that you're in, right? And you got to go outside and shoot them. I don't have to deal with any of that fucking shit. And I just get rid of whichever one you prefer. Keep since I'm replacing a blast with blast, this gives me electricity too, and it's going to trigger Archon Stretch. So I have energy regen just coming back, so that if somebody hits me with an uwu, this is going to get magnified a bunch of times, and I'm going to have like shit tons of energy because I have like, you know, energy regen per second magnified by that. And then equilibrium, and then yada, yada, yada. So that's how I fixed him. Thermal Sunder. It does a great amount of damage. I can stack up the damage infinitely, keep building on it, burn them to death. You get the idea. Kill anything in the game. Knock them off their feet. And if I'm doing it in the right rotation, I'll keep pulling them closer to me and force them to get into my like Bastille range or the Vortex range, and which will pull them in as well. Vauban is one of my highly used frames. Like, let's see. Yeah, he's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7th place. I use Nova a lot, Necros a lot, and then my top 3, which will just probably never change. Anything that's a defense, mobile defense, I'm taking Boobin. Yeah, Boobin. Also known as Train Face.
Hey, welcome to my bazaar.
No, I haven't done any of the
Come here to trade. Need any pointers?
big multi-armed solos yet. I'll get around to it eventually, but like it's not a fun thing. Because it's just like set it on fire and wait. I'm like, fly in the sky, set it on fire and wait. Yeah. That's why it's not that much fun. It's because it's just like a time thing. It doesn't matter how much damage you do. It's more about just keeping damage on it for like 10 minutes. Because it's just a health sponge. Like, the tank is a fun battle. The multi-arm is not. Like, the multi-arm is super easy on like Styanax because you just fly in the sky and just keep hitting it for damage. It's actually a super easy fight. All you really have to do on anybody else is just bullet jump, hover in the air, and keep shooting it. Have something with batteries and so that you don't run out of ammo, because it's just a long, boring battle. Vesper 77 yet? I don't know what that is off the top of my head. You had a bug, it couldn't jump? Oh. Wall climb? Ouch. Oh. I don't think I have.
Lucky for you, I've got a hot tip on the location of
I don't think I've played with it yet.
investigation. Shining. I knew it.
I might have, but I don't think I have. I'd have to like look and check and see. I often level things up, and if they don't like strike me, then I don't like invest more in them. It's the reason why like I haven't done a whole lot with the Trumna, right? Because the first time I leveled it, it was just like it was okay, right? So I didn't do a whole lot with the Trumna itself. Now that there's Trumna Prime out, maybe it'll strike me as being... Oh, nope, that's not going to work. As being better. And I'll do more with it.
I stumbled across an Orokin codex that said this tower was known for its beautiful Iatan treasures.
That's one of the weapons that the Finn guy is one of his favorites, was the Trumna Prime. He really enjoyed it. And he was doing really well with it. So I'm like, hey, this gun has potential, huh? So I'm like, well, I got to give it a chance. So that's why I like learning from people, because like the original Trumna didn't really like hit me as being like all that like great in comparison to the weapons I already had, right? But if you put some investment into it, everything gets better, right? So, hey, I'll take a look at it. Now, I've seen it do great things. Same way that I'm really bad at Garuda, right? I know this. I've only ever used one meme build on Garuda. And it's definitely a meme build. It just does max damage after, like, you know, 14 presses of an ability. And then they die of 2 billion damage. It doesn't really matter who they are or what they are. But, like, he was like, they're really good, and you can fly on them. This is, like, I'll fly up here, and so he died a couple times, but he did actually fight 20 behemoths that with their AI on. I just sat in my bubble as Frost and was like, hey, good job. The behemoths couldn't touch me as Frost. I had 5,000 armor and 50,000 overguard. I could just refresh every time I hit a button, and they couldn't shoot their gas inside of the frost bubble, so I was just watching the whole time. But he did actually like beat them. It took him like 5, maybe more. It took him a few minutes, but he did kill them all as Garuda. I'm like, you know, my Garuda wouldn't be able to do that, and he was flying like the whole time. I'm like, my Garuda wouldn't be able to fly like that. So yeah, that's the thing. I use so many Incarnans, and I'm like, they're just so good. I'm like, but it looked good, so I'll have to like play with it and give it a chance and see what it can do. Like, is there places where it's viable over Incarnans? You know? So I like learning from, like, I learn stuff from Old Man all the time. But me and Old Man play together, that it's rare that I learn something new that's not obscure, you know, or something that's new, you know, from Old Man, like something from the new update. Same thing, Old Man learning something from me. It's rare that we ever learn something new from each other, because we're so similar in what we do and how we play. So I like meeting new people that have different perspectives, different favorites, different builds, you know, different play styles, like, so that was kind of cool. And especially somebody that is got such a different favorite than myself, with like a Garuda, which is something that I don't play. It's like if I were to meet like somebody who like really loved Lavos and was just like a tier 4 expert in Lavos. Like, this guy was a tier 4 expert in Garuda. I'm like, I can learn some shit here. Because I only know, like, the basics on that particular frame. I have some builds. Sure, they work, but they're not good. I don't know how to maximize play on it. Like, can I play a Still Path mission endlessly on Garuda? Sure. No problem. Every time you say that, I have to come up here and chat with you. Don't threaten to snog helmets.
Did you want me to make you as sick as I am? Even after all we've been through, I'm still not sure.
It's an excellent question, Eleanor. So I went and farmed the Trumna Prime today, and it's being crafted. I'll have it tomorrow, and I'll put a build on it. I have no idea. I'll probably talk to the Finn dude here in a little while. They hang out a lot in well, first of all, they're in Finland, so they're in the future. So he'll wake up in the morning, a couple hours from now. I met him in VR chat. I was DJing for a group of people, and somebody was like, "Hey, you know, can I play some songs?" I'm like, "Yeah, sure." So we were going back and forth playing songs, and mad respect for his musical choices, because they were songs I was going to play. And there's shit that, like, I was having people asking me for my music list, right? So I have one prepared. I have a called For Sharing. A Spotify list that I just kind of send to people of like some of my favorite shit that goes over pretty well for people. And I was playing a lot of stuff on that. And so they were asking me like, what were these songs and where was it from? And he was playing other songs that are on that list, right? And I'm like, dude, I've never met anybody that knew this song. Like, and I'm like, I was going to play that, but I thought it would be kind of weird for some of the people here. So I wasn't sure. And that's why I hadn't played it yet. And so we ended up like, and then I mentioned Warframe, and he's like, "Oh, I fucking love Warframe." And I'm like, "We're gonna get along." And then like twice this week, I've stayed up way past, like I stayed up till noon, like day before yesterday. I wake up at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. I usually go to bed at 7 o'clock in the morning. I stayed up till fucking noon, just hanging out in the simulacrum, going over like builds and shit. Like we were just like murdering babals, like seeing how quickly we could murder the air support things. That exchange. I've got the Babao Eximuses scanned into my place. So I was just spawning those, and we were like, how quick can we kill these things? It was kind of fun. I'm thinking about that also, because the people are getting into, they're all logging into VR chat right now. Since I've gotten most of the stuff done, I'm thinking about switching over to that. I can't stream that though. This goes to YouTube. So there's a copy of the stream on YouTube. And I really can't put I really can't put any of that on YouTube. Like at all. In any way, shape, or form. Jinx, have you ever seen like VR chat? Like I could probably stream it if I disconnect YouTube. Because I would just have to delete the video from YouTube for sure. Do you know what VR chat is? You've never seen it, but do you have like an idea? I'll give you a quiz. Do you know what Roblox is? Okay, so Roblox is designed towards children. Okay. VR chat is designed towards adults. And it's pretty much the same thing. It's a platform. Okay, so you can make anything you want in it. So it's the foundation. Okay, so when you get in it, you can pick what your avatar looks like. Okay. And for instance, I can look like Titania. Okay. All I would have to do is go into Unity, import the 3D model of Titania, and then save it and upload it to VR chat. So I could rip it from these game files. That'd be a little illegal, but I could build it myself, 3D model it myself, right? And then upload it. In the game, you can actually search the models that are that somebody has uploaded for Titania, and you can find ones where people have built them themselves and totally didn't just rip it from the game files and then uploaded it to their servers, right? And marked them as public. And anybody can then don that 3D model, right? And look exactly like this 3D model. And then you can walk around and do all this kind of stuff. Okay. And there's everything for everything. So anything you can think of, Peter Griffin, you know, anything, a famous person, they've been put into the game. However, since it's by adults, anything you can think of. There are a ton of furries and just every sort of thick, big-titted whatever, right? And then you can design worlds. So there's like a world builder, right? So you could make a 3D model of this place here, and then you can hang out in it. And you can have pool tables that work, and, you know, video games and all sorts of other things that you can interact with and play and do. One of the big things is like watching movies with friends, right? Because you could just have video players, and then you're just sitting in a big theater watching movies with all your friends, right? Hanging out, talking, or like playing video games, because it's a foundation. Build what you want. Horror experiences, bars, clubs, flashy lights, DJs, right? Whatever. It's a place to build a place. Like there's a really cool, it's like a cyberpunk world, but it's got this filter before it. The filter is this long, boring, like RPG that you have to like kind of play through. And before you get to the cool ass sci-fi place. So people that are like too ADD aren't going to like walk down these long, kind of boring corridors and talk to these NPCs and answer their questions for them to open up the doors to the next areas and all this boring shit just so they can get to the cool place where it's fun to hang out and where like there's bands and stuff playing and all sorts of other cool shit and robots and stuff going on. Right? So the people that are like too ADD and too hyper and too bored are just going to be like, fuck this world is boring, I'm going to leave. Meanwhile, like a mile away, everybody's hanging out that knows what to do and how to get through it and where to go. Right? The filter got rid of the annoying people. And everybody else is down in the city, like in the cyberpunk city, hanging out in the buildings in the club. There's all sorts of stuff. Flying dragons. The main problem is that, like, for YouTube, I can turn off, like, there is like a filter I can turn on so I don't see the tits in the ass and all that stuff. But I personally don't mind it. And I'm kind of there. I'm okay with it. You know? I sort of want to see the various different, like, cool-ass models that people have, or they have made, or, you know, and the cool shit that they can do. So I don't like having the one turned on that hides all that stuff from me. But if I don't have that turned on, I can't not be flashbanged with TNA all the time. You know? So it's one of those, like, I'd have to turn on like streamer mode and safer work mode where all that stuff would be hidden. I'm like, that's not fun. Or that's not as much fun. Like, I've got a Half-Life 2 avatar from a friend of mine. It does all sorts of silly stuff. And have, like, all the guns from Half-Life 2. And walk around and shoot all those guns. It's lots of fun. You get the idea, right? And one of the Discords I'm in, they're all talking about stuff at the moment. Like, I think because I'm done, I'm going to go over there. Unless you want to, like, go over something or do something. You don't need anything, right, Jinx? I think I got everything else done already. Why do I keep going back into navigation? Equipment. Arsenal. Okay, well, then I'm going to head out. I'll tell Jinx peace. Whisper. Can I do that? Peace. Night, Jinx. I'm going to swap over to something that I'm probably not going to stream. So, take care, stay safe, try to be good to each other. We only have this one chance.